Vespers for the Wolf, by Void and Velvet. Chapter 1. The art taking up no space. The lapis lazuli had to be ground for 30 minutes before it was worth anything. Emrys knew this the way he knew the weight of a quill and the particular smell of a scriptorium in winter, which was to say he knew it in his hands before he knew it in his head. He had been grinding the stone since before lauds, before the first cold light touched the monastery's eastern windows, before any of the other brothers had turned in their cells. The sound of it was almost meditative, small, rhythmic circles, the muller pressing pigment against the porphyry slab, the blue darkening by degrees from the dull slate of raw mineral to something that had no adequate name in any language he knew. Not sky, not water, not the cold particular blue of a winter morning. Something older than all of those. He was alone in the scriptorium. He preferred it that way. The room was long and low-vaulted, its 3 east-facing windows designed to catch the best of the morning light, and at this hour the candles on Emrys's work table burned with the focused importance of the only light in a dark place. His equipment was arranged with a precision that bordered on ceremony. The muller, the slab, 3 small ceramic pots for the pigments he had already prepared, a stack of vellum pages in various states of completion, 2 quills, a penknife, a small jar of glaire he had made yesterday from beaten egg white, and which would need checking before he used it. The chair he occupied was angled exactly as he had left it the night before. The candle stubs had been replaced. Nothing was out of place. Emrys had arrived at the monastery at 21, and in 7 years he had arranged the scriptorium this way every single morning. And in 7 years he had not once been thanked for it, because no one had ever thought to notice that it did not arrange itself. He found this satisfactory. He ground the lapis for another 10 minutes after it was ready, because the redundancy soothed him, and then he tipped a small measure of it into the glaire and worked the mixture with a bone spatula until it was uniform. The color it produced was extraordinary. It always was. There was a reason the old masters had spent small fortunes on this particular blue, had reserved it for the Virgin's robe and the dome of heaven and nothing lesser. Looking at it still produced in Emrys's chest a sensation he could not have named to anyone's satisfaction, something between reverence and hunger, which was perhaps not so different from what the old masters had intended. He set the pigment aside and uncovered the manuscript he had been working on for the past 3 weeks. It was a psalter commissioned by a wealthy patron through the abbot, and it was beautiful in the way that all genuinely good work was beautiful, which was to say that its beauty was not immediately obvious. The letters were precise and even, the spacing considered, the gilded capitals done with a restraint that could be mistaken for simplicity until you looked closely and understood how much control simplicity required. The borders were populated with animals and vines in the tradition of the insular manuscripts, which Emrys had studied until he could render their style from memory, though he had never been to the monasteries that had produced them. He had been adding, over 3 weeks, a series of small illustrations in the lower margins. Not commissioned, not asked for, technically not strictly necessary. He added them, anyway, in the spaces below the text where a less attentive eye would see only decoration. This morning he was finishing the last one. A wolf, rendered in ink and touched with a wash of gray-green that matched nothing else in the manuscript, positioned in the lower right corner of the final psalter page in an attitude that was not quite resting and not quite waiting. Its eyes, which were small enough to require a magnifying glass to see fully, looked directly out of the page. They were alert. They were very tired. Emrys worked on, if for an hour, without looking up. He was not thinking about the wolf. He was not thinking about himself. He was thinking about the relationship between the thinnest possible ink line and the weight of silence, and whether a thing rendered with perfect precision could communicate something that its maker had no intention of communicating, or whether intention was always present in the mark regardless of what the hand believed it was doing. He was perhaps thinking about himself a little. When it was finished, he set down the quill and looked at it for a long moment. The wolf looked back. Outside the scriptorium windows, the sky was beginning to shift from black to the particular gray-blue of winter dawn, and the candlelight was slowly becoming irrelevant. Somewhere in the monastery's upper reaches, a bell would ring in another 20 minutes for lauds, and the corridors would fill with the sound of brothers moving between their cells and the chapel, and the scriptorium would cease to be Emrys's and become shared. He had 20 minutes. He looked at the wolf. The wolf looked at him with its small, precise, exhausted eyes. He thought, "There you are." He thought, "Yes, that is approximately right." Then he closed the manuscript. The wolf disappeared. He had done this, he understood, for 7 years. Made himself into a margin, found the edges of rooms and the edges of pages, and occupied them with such thorough quiet that people looked through him the way they looked through glass, aware that something was there, but not quite registering it as solid. It was a skill, a genuine one, he thought, though not one that required formal training. It required only the repeated, deliberate choice to make yourself small enough that the world stopped noticing it was inconvenienced by your existence. He had made that choice young, and he had made it consistently, and most mornings he found it satisfactory. This morning there was a small hook of dissatisfaction in his chest that he recognized and did not attend to, the way you recognized a familiar ache and had long since learned it was not the kind that required treatment, only management. He had been managing it for 7 years. The door to the scriptorium opened. Emrys did not startle. He had heard the footsteps in the corridor 30 seconds before the door opened, which was one of the advantages of being the kind of person who listened to rooms instead of filling them. "You are in here very early," said Brother Tav, without particular surprise. "Yes," said Emrys. Tav was 34, 2 inches shorter than Emrys, and possessed of a face that communicated competence and a mild permanent skepticism about the world's organizational capacity. He came from somewhere in the English Midlands and had the speech patterns to match. Short sentences, no decorative language, an uncanny precision in the placing of silences. He was, as far as Emrys could tell, the only person in the monastery who had ever looked at Emrys with the specific quality of attention that suggested he was actually registering what he saw. He was also, as far as Emrys was concerned, the nearest thing to a friend he had. Tav crossed the scriptorium to Emrys's work table, looked at the arranged equipment, looked at the covered manuscript, looked at the freshly ground lapis lazuli. "You have been very quiet lately," he said. "I am always quiet. More than that." Emrys considered this. He picked up the penknife and turned it in his fingers once, checking the edge. "The patron psalter is nearly finished," he said. "I prefer to concentrate." Tav looked at him for a moment in a way that communicated, without requiring words, that he did not find this explanation particularly convincing, but had decided not to press it. "Lauds," he said instead. "I know." Tav went to find his own things. Emrys put the penknife down with a slight deliberateness and uncovered the lapis pigment again and looked at it, and then covered it again and stood and followed Tav out of the scriptorium into the corridor, which had begun to fill with the quiet shuffle of brothers moving toward the chapel. He did not think about the wolf. He thought about the lapis. He thought, 30 minutes is the minimum, but you can always grind longer, and the color is always better for it. Chapter 2. Blessed are the loud, for they shall inherit every room. He arrived on a Tuesday, which was not a day the monastery had prepared for arrivals. The brothers of Saint Anselm's had a collective relationship with the unexpected that could charitably be described as complicated. The cloister had its rhythms: lauds prime, terce, sext, none, vespers, compline, and then the long dark between compline and lauds when a man was expected to be quiet and still and in communion with something beyond himself. The days folded into weeks, and the weeks into seasons with a regularity that, depending on one's disposition, was either the point or the problem. New arrivals were not unprecedented, but they were scheduled. They were letters written in advance, arrangements confirmed, a cell prepared, a place set at the refectory table. The new choirmaster sent a letter that arrived 2 days after he did. Brother Aldrich, who managed the monastery's correspondence, found this sequence of events personally offensive. He mentioned it, quietly, to the abbot, who filed it away with the particular efficiency of a man who had been filing things away for 40 years and knew what deserved retrieval. The choirmaster himself, meanwhile, was already in the courtyard. This was the word most of the brothers arrived at independently, comparing impressions at the evening meal with the slightly stunned quality of men who have collectively witnessed something they do not have adequate vocabulary for. A great deal. Not large, precisely, though he was large, broad across the shoulders and soft-built in the way that suggested the body had made its peace with itself, had settled into its own dimensions without apology. Not loud, precisely, though his voice carried from the courtyard to the refectory windows and possibly beyond, a warm, rolling baritone that managed to be conversational at a volume most people reserve for declarations. Not bright, precisely, though three brothers dropped things when he smiled at them. And Brother Pell, who was 22 and spent a great deal of energy managing his relationship with his own face, went an interesting color and found urgent reason to be elsewhere. He was all of these things at once, and the effect was cumulative. His name was Bastian Orel, and he was 31, and he had arrived with one large trunk, a satchel that clinked with what turned out to be a small collection of tuning forks, and an expression of such open delight at finding himself somewhere new that it functioned, in the damp gray air of the monastery courtyard, like the first genuinely warm day of spring. "This is extraordinary," he said, to no one in particular, turning slowly to look at the cloister walls and the chapel tower and the garden square with its dormant winter plants. "It is exactly like it sounds in the letters, and also nothing like it at all." Brother Tav, who had drawn the assignment of greeting the new arrival because he had made the tactical error of being visible when the abbot needed someone useful, said, "Yes," without inflection. "The acoustics," Bastian said, and then he stopped talking and simply listened for a moment, head tilted, in the attitude of a man hearing something the rest of the room is not yet aware of. "There," he said. "Do you hear that? The way the echo off the east wall meets the corner there." He pointed. "That is going to be interesting." Tav considered the corner he was pointing at. It appeared, to his eye, to be a corner. "Your cell is prepared," he said. "Supper is in 2 hours." "Wonderful. I am starving." Bastian looked at him with a directness that was not aggressive, but was very attentive, the look of a man cataloging something for future reference. "Your brother, Tav?" The infirmarian said Tav, when he mentioned the monk who was coming to meet me, though he said it in a way that suggested there was some question about whether you would actually arrive, which I suppose means you almost didn't. "I almost didn't," Tav agreed. Bastian's smile in response to this was large enough and warm enough that Tav, who had genuinely thought himself immune to such things after 34 years of living in this face, found it difficult not to reflect something back. "I'm going to like it here," Bastian said, which was not a question. "You might," said Tav, and led him inside. The choir loft was the problem. Bastian noticed the empty music stand on his first visit to the chapel, within an hour of arriving, and he stood before it for a moment with the particular quality of stillness that was, for him, unusual enough to be notable. Then he moved on and did not mention it until the refectory, where he asked, between a cheerful remark about the bread and a question about the monastery's hours, whether the previous choirmaster had left recently. "He departed," said the abbot, with the syntactic precision of a man who had given this answer before and found it adequate. "Ah," said Bastian. He reached for more bread. "Was he well when he left?" A brief pause around the table, the kind produced by a room readjusting itself. "As far as we know," said the abbot, which was also, Bastian would later think, a very precise answer. "Good," said Bastian. He smiled, and the table found reasons to smile back, and the conversation moved. He filed the music stand in the same place. He filed everything that required returning to later, which was not a formal archive, so much as a particular quality of attention he applied to unresolved things. The same attention he applied to a piece of music that had a note slightly wrong, where you could feel the wrongness before you could locate it. He would locate it eventually. He always did. But for now, there was bread, and a new place, and 43 brothers in various states of comfort with his existence. And that was enough to be going on with. He met the illuminator by accident. He had been looking for the storage room the infirmarian had mentioned, which apparently contained some useful supplies, including extra candle holders, and had made 3 incorrect turns through corridors that looked almost but not entirely like other corridors, and had arrived by a route he could not have retraced, in front of a door that was slightly ajar and emitting the smell of linseed oil and something mineral he couldn't identify. He pushed the door open because he was constitutionally incapable of not pushing slightly open doors. The scriptorium was empty except for one person, who was standing at a work table in the act of returning a small pot to its precise position among other small pots, and who went very still when the door opened in the way that certain people went still. Not startled still, but aware still, a stillness that communicated that the stillness was a choice. "Apologize," Bastian said. "I'm looking for the storage room the infirmarian mentioned, which has candle holders in it, and I have taken several wrong turns and ended up here, which is entirely my fault." The person at the work table said nothing for a moment. Bastian noted this with the same attentiveness he applied to interesting music, angular in a way that was striking rather than stark, long-jawed and pale-skinned with ink on his fingers that had gone beyond recent and into chronic and gray-green eyes that looked up from the pot with a quality of assessment so direct that it arrived almost like a physical thing. "The storage room," the person said, "is the next door past the chapter house, not this corridor at all." "That explains it completely," Bastian said. "You are the new choirmaster." "I am," Bastian said. "Bastian Orel. I've only been here 3 hours and have already thoroughly lost track of where I am," which is a personal record. The person at the work table considered this information with the expression of a man filing it. Then he said, "Emrys Vael," which did not have the quality of an introduction so much as a factual correction of a previous assumption. "I've heard your name," Bastian said. "The abbot mentioned you. He said your work on the patron psalter is nearly complete, and he said it in the way people say things when they mean to communicate quality without wanting to seem like they're boasting on someone's behalf." Something moved in Emrys Vael's face that was not quite surprise and not quite pleasure and was probably neither of those things. He looked away, a motion so practiced it was clearly automatic, and his eyes went to the work table. "The psalter needs 2 more sessions," he said. "May I look?" Another pause. Longer this time. The kind of pause Bastian had learned to recognize that was not indecision but genuine consideration, a man actually asking himself a question and waiting for an honest answer. "No," Emrys said. "Not until it's finished." "Of course," Bastian said, as though this were entirely reasonable, which it was. "The candle holders. Next door, past the chapter house." "Thank you." Bastian stepped back, then paused, because something about the exchange had produced in him a quality of attention that he usually associated with music, the feeling that something had a note worth returning to. He looked at Emrys Vael, who was looking at the work table with such apparent concentration that he was clearly not looking at the work table. "I'll likely get lost again tomorrow," Bastian said. "The corridors are genuinely perplexing." Emrys Vael said, after the briefest possible pause, "Most people don't notice they're perplexing until their second week." This was, Bastian realized as he walked back into the corridor, a dry observation made with a completely level face. He wasn't sure Emrys had intended it as a joke. He suspected, which was more interesting, that Emrys wasn't entirely sure either. Tav found Emrys at Vespers, afterward, and said in the way he said things, sidelong, without prelude, "He is going to make you visible whether you like it or not." "I don't know what you mean," Emrys said. "You looked at him twice," Tav said. "For you, that is practically a declaration." Emrys said nothing. He was watching the candles in the chapel, which were burning with the focused quality of things that do not intend to be extinguished and are simply waiting for sufficient darkness to prove it. "He's the choirmaster," Emrys said finally. "Yes," Tav said. "He'll be busy." "Undoubtedly." Emrys picked up the book he had carried to Vespers and had not opened. He looked at it. "The storage room is past the chapter house," he said. "I told him." "Of course you did," Tav said, and did not smile, and was very clearly not smiling on purpose. Emrys went to bed early and did not think about it. He thought about the lapis instead, and whether the proportions in tomorrow's glare were correct, and whether the patron psalter was the best work he had done or only the most recent, and whether those were even distinguishable from each other, and whether the corridor outside the scriptorium had a different sound quality in winter than in summer, which it did, which had something to do with whether the cloister garden plants were full or bare, And whether sound was always doing this, moving through the world with perfect fidelity to what was there and simply registering it without judgment. He was asleep before he reached a conclusion. In the choir loft, the music stand stood empty in the dark. Chapter 3. What the Monastery Keeps. 2 weeks later, Bastian Orel knew the name of every brother in the monastery. This was not, in itself, unusual. Men who came to religious communities came knowing they would need to learn the names of the people they lived with, the hours they kept, the unwritten rules of shared life that no one had written down, because the people who had written them were long dead, and the people who lived by them had absorbed them so thoroughly they no longer resembled rules. What was unusual was the speed of it and the quality of attention it implied. He knew names in the way that a man who has spent years reading music knows notation, not as an intellectual exercise, but as a sensory one, the name and the face and the small specific behavioral fact all arriving together and lodging somewhere deeper than memory proper. He knew that Brother Tav took his morning tea without anything in it and still managed to look as though he found the lack of sweetness both predictable and disappointing. He knew that Brother Pell, who was 22 and perpetually agitated in Bastian's vicinity in a way that presented alternately as hostility and as something else that required more careful handling, had a particular pew in the chapel he returned to with such consistency that it had taken on the character of territory. He knew that Father Prior had a bad knee that worsened with cold. He knew that the brother who tended the garden in winter did so with a devotion that bordered on personal, as though the dormant plants owed him something for the attention. And he knew, without having formally established this knowledge, that Emrys Vael moved through the monastery's hours with such practiced precision that he occupied the edges of rooms the way water occupied the edges of vessels, perfectly, without appearing to try, taking the exact shape of the available space. Bastian found this very interesting. The monastery in full operation was a specific kind of beautiful, which was the beauty of things designed to last rather than to dazzle. Lauds at dawn, the voices of the brothers in the dark chapel producing that quality of sound that required old stone and long practice, and the particular vulnerability of men not yet fully awake, when the voice had not yet put its social mask on. Prime, terse, sexton their progression through the morning. The working hours between them, when the community dispersed into its individual labors and the cloister corridors carried only footsteps and the occasional clatter from the kitchens. Chapter where the abbot presided with the measured neutrality of a man who had learned to perform impartiality so consistently that distinguishing the performance from the reality was perhaps no longer possible, and where Bastian had, twice now, said something during open discussion that produced a quality of careful silence suggesting he had accidentally said a true thing. And through all of it, Vespers arriving each evening like a deliberate return. The candles, the antiphons, the voices that had been working all day, finding their way back into alignment. Bastian conducted it with a precision that belied the warmth of his manner. He was, when it came to music, specific. He wanted things done correctly, and he had sufficient tact to know that correctness arrived faster when the people producing it understood why it mattered. So his corrections came wrapped in explanation, and his explanations came wrapped in a quality of patience that was genuine rather than performed. The brothers who had been singing the same antiphons for decades adjusted with a willingness that surprised some of them. Brother Pell was the exception, not in his singing, which was fine, a serviceable tenor that would improve with proper attention to breath support, which Bastian intended to address gently and in private, but in the quality of his relationship to Bastian's presence in the choir, which oscillated between a rigid, performed disengagement that Bastian recognized immediately and something else, a raw and helpless attention that broke through the surface. When Pell forgot to be vigilant, and then snapped back with a force that suggested how much effort the vigilance required. Bastian handled this carefully and not always correctly. He knew the shape of it from the inside. He had been 22 once in a different institution, and he knew how much a person could suffer simply from the effort of performing not wanting. He was warmer to Pell than Pell deserved, which Pell misread as condescension, and he filed that away too. Emrys noticed the candle first. He was in the east corridor after Compline, returning to the scriptorium for the last time before bed, carrying nothing except the particular contained quality he moved through evenings with, when one of the corridor candles extinguished. Not guttered, not diminished by a draft. Extinguished between one moment and the next, with the precision of something that had been put out rather than run out. The corridor was not drafty. The other candles continued burning. Emrys stood in the brief local dark and looked at the extinguished wick and thought, with the methodical honesty he applied to most things, "That is unusual." Then the smell of beeswax was still in the air, and the next candle was close enough to see by, and he walked on. He did not mention it. The second thing was a figure. 3 days after the candle, at the end of the long south corridor, for approximately 2 seconds, a presence. Not quite a shape, not quite a person, more the quality of space that something occupied. It was peripheral, the kind of thing you saw most clearly by not looking at it directly. And when Emrys turned his head to look directly, there was only the stone of the corridor wall and the ordinary shadows a winter afternoon produced. He walked to the end of the corridor and looked at the wall. Stone, mortar, nothing. He stood there for a moment. He was not a man who dismissed his perceptions. He was also not a man who constructed explanations for them in advance of having adequate information. He filed the corridor presence alongside the extinguished candle in the part of his mind that maintained unresolved observations. And he went back to the scriptorium, and he ground pigment, and he worked on the psalter for 2 more hours, and at no point during those 2 hours did he feel watched. Which might have been, he thought, the strangest thing about it. Not that he had seen something, but that whatever he had seen had not felt threatening. He didn't know what to do with that. Vespers, the second Tuesday after Bastian's arrival. Emrys's habitual position in the chapel was against the back left wall, in the shadow of the rearmost pillar, in the pew that put the maximum amount of other people between himself and the choir. This was not cowardice. It was geometry. He had learned long ago that the back of a room was both less visible and better situated for observation, and that both of those properties were useful. From his position, he could see the choir clearly, which meant he could see Bastian clearly, which was not something he had precisely planned. Bastian conducting Vespers was a different person from Bastian in a corridor, and also not a different person at all. The warmth was the same, the attentiveness, the quality of listening that he seemed to apply to everything, including, especially, the sound he was producing. But there was something else in it, a precision, almost a severity, the face of a man for whom this particular thing mattered in a way that his general warmth did not quite convey. He corrected Brother Aldrich's entrances twice, quietly, and each time Aldrich made the correction, and each time Bastian's expression registered satisfaction, without registering relief, which was the expression of a man who had expected the correction to land and was not surprised that it had. Emrys found himself watching Bastian's hands. They moved when he directed, not extravagantly, but with purpose, conducting less with gesture and more with a quality of intention that the brothers seemed to read in some way Emrys could not fully parse from the back of the room. And when he was not directing, they were still at his sides, and even still they communicated something, some quality of readiness that was almost like listening with the body. Emrys looked away. He looked, instead, at Brother Aldrich. Aldrich was 52 and Germanic in the way that some people were a thing that encompassed both geography and character. Precise, controlled, possessed of opinions he held with the quiet permanence of geological formations rather than the more negotiable quality of mere views. His singing voice was a serviceable baritone. He managed the monastery's correspondence and its financial records with a competence that left nothing to criticize and not very much to know him by. He was watching Bastian. Emrys noticed this, filed it, and could not have said why it went into the same mental archive as the extinguished candle and the south corridor figure. It was a look. People looked at Bastian. He was very visible, and visible things attracted attention. But there was something in the quality of Aldrich's attention that Emrys could not name, and he was a man who prided himself, quietly, on being able to name things correctly. He spent Vespers filing it beside the other unresolved things, In the interior archive, he maintained with the same precision he applied to the scriptorium. Late that night, Emrys returned to the scriptorium. He had left the patron's psalter out on the work table that afternoon, open to the page he had been working on, and he had meant to cover it before Vespers. He covered manuscripts when he left them. He had done this for 7 years without exception. He pushed open the scriptorium door. The manuscript was open to a different page, not the page he had left it at. 3 pages earlier, the page that bore the most elaborate of the early capitals, a gilded letter I with a border of interlocking vine work and 2 small figures in the margins, one of which was a hand reaching toward the edge of the text, fingers extended, touching nothing. He stood in the doorway for a long moment. The scriptorium was empty. The window latches were secure. He checked them. He checked the room with the methodical thoroughness of a man who believed in evidence over inference. And he found nothing. No draft, no other entrance, no explanation that required less than something he was not ready to name. He covered the manuscript. He went to bed. He did not tell anyone. He lay in the dark and thought about the page the manuscript had been opened to, which he had not left it at, and the figure in the margin, the hand reaching toward the edge of the text, and what it would mean if something was trying to show him something, and whether something that was trying to show him something could be, in any sense that mattered, considered a danger. He thought, not threatening. He thought, something else entirely. He did not sleep well. He did not sleep badly either. He lay in a precise middle state and waited for morning, and outside the monastery walls the winter wind found every crack in the stone and tested it, and found it, as it had always been, more than sufficient. Chapter 4. The thing about warmth is it finds every crack. He had not intended to stop. This was the truth of it. The thing Emrys turned over later with the forensic attention he gave to problems he could not immediately solve. He had not intended to stop. He had been going to the chapter house to retrieve a book he'd left there after morning prayers, a perfectly specific errand with a fixed beginning and a fixed end and no planned divergence. And the route from the east corridor to the chapter house did not pass through the chapel, or near the chapel, or through any area from which the chapel could be heard. He had taken a wrong turn. The corridors of Saint Anselm's were, he had told Bastian, genuinely perplexing. He had navigated them for 7 years and had not taken a wrong turn in approximately 6 of those years. And he was aware of this, and he was not yet prepared to examine what it meant. What he found, having taken a wrong turn, was the sound. The chapel door was open a hand's width, and through it came the voice of the brothers in rehearsal, and Bastian's voice underneath or above that, sometimes both the choirmaster and the choir in the specific conversational relationship of a rehearsal mid-process, instruction and response, and the small failures and corrections that were, in some way he could not have articulated to anyone's satisfaction, more interesting than the polished thing they were working toward. Emrys stopped. He had no adequate explanation for why he stopped. He stood in the corridor with his hand not quite touching the wall, and he listened. And what he heard was Bastian working the brothers through an antiphon that was giving them trouble, a piece Emrys didn't know well, one of the seasonal ones, and the trouble was rhythmic, a tendency for the middle voices to lose the pulse in the longer phrases and grip for it in the next breath in a way that produced a small but audible hiccup. There, Bastian said, mid-phrase, and the choir stopped. Hear where it went? The word that should land on the downbeat is landing a hair after it, which means the breath before it is coming too early, which means yes. Try the phrase again from the beginning of the line, and this time trust the space before the breath. The space is structural. You are allowed to live in it. A pause. Then the brothers tried it again. It was better. It was specifically better, not generally better, the difference between a lock and its key. Emrys was still standing in the corridor. He had been standing in the corridor for several minutes. He was aware of this in the abstract, and found that the awareness was not sufficient to move his feet. The chapel door opened. Bastian stood in it with the slightly surprised expression of a man who has opened a door and found the corridor less empty than expected. He was in his working clothes, the plain habit with its sleeves pushed back, and there was a small mark of chalk on his left hand from the music notation he had been writing on the slate board. He looked at Emrys. Emrys looked at him. I took a wrong turn, Emrys said. They do seem to multiply, Bastian said. Then, without transitioning or preamble, the way he did things, come in and listen. We're working on the Maundy Thursday antiphon, and it's giving us grief, and I want an outside ear. I should, Emrys began. The book will still be in the chapter house in an hour, Bastian said. He said it pleasantly, with the certainty of a man who has identified both the true objection and its inadequacy. You have an ear for detail. I can see it in how you work. You haven't seen me work. I've seen your work table, Bastian said. It's the same quality of attention. Cool. Emrys came in. He told himself, in the moment of crossing the threshold, that this was because the request was reasonable and refusal would have been conspicuous. He was, on some level, aware that this explanation was insufficient. He crossed the threshold anyway, and found himself standing inside the chapel, which smelled of old stone and beeswax, and the particular cold of a space that was never quite warm, and the brothers in the choir looked at him with a mild collective curiosity that had no hostility in it. Only the mild interest of men who have looked up from their work to find their room had acquired an audience. "This is Brother Emrys," Bastian told them, as though this required saying. "He has kindly agreed to serve as our outside ear. Continue as though he isn't there." This was, Emrys thought, almost certainly impossible. He was in a room. Rooms contained things. Things were there. The instruction to continue as though he was not there was the kind of instruction that could be obeyed only by people who had decided in advance that he was not interesting, which the brothers seemed capable of managing because they were, by and large, men who had decided in advance that most things were not interesting, which was perhaps the point of the enclosed life. He stood near the back wall and watched Bastian work. The choir loft was accessed by a narrow stair at the side of the chapel, and after the rehearsal ended and the brothers dispersed for their afternoon duties, Bastian said, with the quality of a man who asks things because he has already decided the answer, "Have you been up here?" "Several times," Emrys said. The previous choirmaster occasionally needed assistance with. He stopped. "With," Bastian said. "Administrative tasks," Emrys said, which was accurate and sufficiently incomplete. Bastian looked at him in the mild, specific way that communicated he had registered the incompleteness without deciding what to do with it, and then he turned and climbed the stair, and Emrys, against any reasonable accounting of his own intentions, followed. The choir loft was different from the chapel below in the way that the inside of something was different from its outside, the same essential substance, producing an entirely different experience. The wooden panels that formed the balcony front were carved with an intricacy that was only visible from here, above and close, rather than below and at distance. The resonance of the stone was altered by the angle, sounds that were clean below becoming layered here, acquiring a quality of depth that had, Emrys thought, some relationship to the way water changed, depending on whether you were looking at the surface or through it. "There," Bastian said, not to Emrys specifically, in the tone of a man confirming a private hypothesis. He pressed one hand flat against the carved wood of the panel and was quiet for a moment. Emrys stood near the rail and looked at the chapel below. The candles were lit for the afternoon, small and deliberate in the gray winter light. Someone had left a book in one of the lower pews, its spine pale against the dark wood. "Tell me about your work," Bastian said. Emrys turned to find Bastian looking at him with the attentiveness that still, 3 weeks into Bastian's residency, had the quality of surprise. Not because he hadn't seen it before, because it still registered differently than he expected, that quality of being looked at, as though the looking had a purpose. "You know what I do," Emrys said. "I know what it is called. I don't know what it is to you." Emrys looked away at the chapel, and then back, because looking away had felt like a concession of some kind he did not want to make. "It is making something that is meant to last," he said. "The manuscripts I work on will outlast everyone in this building. They may outlast the building. The pigments I use are older than the monastery. The lapis came from a mine that has been producing since before anyone in this room was born. I am a point in a very long line, and my contribution is to not be the one who breaks it." "Is that all it is?" "No," Emrys said, because honesty was a reflex he had never quite managed to suppress, even when suppression would have been practical. "It is also," he stopped. He touched the carved wood of the railing with one finger, testing its grain. "It is also the work of being very precise in a very small space. It requires you to locate exactly what you mean and put it in a place where the meaning is fixed. No aproximación. No almost. Music is the opposite, Bastian said. It disappears the moment it's made. Every performance is also the last performance. You can never fix meaning in it. It exists only in the time of its sounding, and then it's gone, and what remains is the notation, which is not the thing itself. Which do you find more disturbing? Emrys said, that your work disappears, or that mine doesn't? Bastian considered this with the genuine quality of a man actually asking himself the question. Neither, he said eventually. I think permanence and impermanence are both terrifying and both holy, and the terror and the holiness are the same thing. The thing that disappears matters because it disappears. The thing that remains matters because it remains. They are answering different questions. What questions? The disappearing thing asks, was this real while it lasted? The remaining thing asks, did this deserve to last? Emrys was quiet. He was quiet in the specific way. He was quiet when something had arrived that he needed to sit with before he could respond to it adequately, which was a quality Bastian had already learned to read, he realized. Bastian was not speaking into the silence. He was waiting in it. This was unusual. Most people filled silences. Most people found the specific quality of Emrys' silence to be either uncomfortable or dismissive and responded by talking faster or leaving. Bastian was doing neither. He was standing at the other end of the railing and watching Emrys with a patience that had nothing of expectation in it, as though the silence were itself a satisfactory thing to occupy. Kien, Bastian said after a while. Emrys looked at him. A colleague, Bastian said, at my previous posting. We were friends. He said the word with a quality that was careful, the quality of a word that is being placed precisely because it is carrying something heavier than its own weight. He was a musician too, though his instrument was the psaltery. He used to say the same thing about permanence, that he preferred the manuscripts because they survived. I always argued with him about it. A pause. I haven't been able to argue about it with anyone since. You're the first person who has asked the question correctly. Something moved in Bastian's face, briefly. He was looking at the chapel below. His hands, which had been conducting even in conversation as they always did, had gone still. Emrys watched the stillness. I'm sorry, he said, which he did not say often, because he had learned early that condolence offered without sufficient cause was a form of presumption. But Bastian had put the word friend in a specific place, and Emrys had heard where it was placed. Bastian looked at him. Thank you, he said, which was also careful, also placed. They were quiet together for a moment, and the chapel was quiet below them, and outside the monastery walls the winter afternoon was losing its already tenuous grip on the light. I should return the book, Emrys said. You should, Bastian agreed. The chapter house will have it still. Emrys went to the stair. He paused at the top of it, which was not something he had planned to do. The antiphon, he said. The rhythm problem. It isn't the breath. The phrase is being heard as two halves rather than one whole. If you conduct the longer arc first, the breath will follow. He didn't wait to see Bastian's expression. He went down the stair and across the chapel and out into the corridor, and the corridor was cold and familiar and smelled of stone and winter, and he walked back to the east wing and past the scriptorium and past the chapter house without stopping, and then he stopped. He stood in the corridor. He thought, I did not retrieve the book. He thought, I'm not going back for it. He thought, I have been in that choir loft for 2 hours, and I do not know where the time went, and this is a problem. He thought, this is not a problem I know how to solve. He went to the scriptorium and sat at his work table in the dark, because he had forgotten to bring a candle, and he did not pick up his quill for a long time. Outside the window, the last gray light left the sky entirely, and the stars appeared, small and specific and cold, each one at its exact appointed distance from all the others. Chapter 5. 7 Good Reasons to Stay Very Still. The reasons were reasonable. Emrys compiled them the way he compiled pigment inventories, methodically, without sentiment. First, the monastery. Saint Anselm's was not indifferent to what happened within its walls, and if Abbot Seraphim was a man who had learned to see certain things at a useful angle, he was not a man who would be comfortable with explicit visibility. Emrys had, in 7 years, made himself sufficiently invisible that the question had never arisen. He had no interest in changing that. Second, the rule. He lived under it. He had chosen it, which was a more complicated thing to think about than he usually allowed himself, but the choice had been made, and the rule was real, and it existed in part because the alternative to it, in a community of men living at very close quarters without the ordinary social structures of the outside world, was a thing the founders had apparently found worth preventing. Third, his history, which he did not think about directly, the way you did not look directly at the thing in the corridor that disappeared when observed. At 19, he had loved someone openly, visibly, in a way that had consequences, and the consequences had not been his. He had survived, and the other person had not in the sense of death, but in the sense of the kind of removal that was also a kind of ending. He had spent 9 years assembling an explanation for why his survival was not cowardice, and he had not yet produced one he fully believed. Fourth, Bastian himself, who was warm and attentive and asked questions with a precision that suggested he actually wanted the answers, and who was, for these and other reasons, the kind of person things happen to. Not in the passive sense, not the sense of helplessness, but in the sense of a man whose nature made the world respond to him. Things happened in his vicinity. People rearranged themselves around him. This was not a quality that was kind to the people who got caught in the rearranging. Fifth, Cian. He did not have enough information about Cian to make Cian a reason exactly, but he had the quality of Bastian's voice when he said the word friend, and the placement of it, and the particular quality of stillness that had come into Bastian's face when he spoke of him, and these things added up to, here is a grief that has not been completed. And walking into the space of an uncompleted grief with your own wanting was a particular kind of presumption he was not ready to commit. Sixth, the monastery again from a different angle. He was not only afraid of what would happen to himself. He was afraid of what would happen to Bastian. He had been afraid of this since before he understood he was afraid of it. The specific fear that being associated with Emrys Vael was a thing that would cost Bastian more than he knew. Seventh, he could not think of a seventh reason that was not a repetition of one of the first 6, dressed differently. He found this, on balance, insufficient. He became slightly more invisible. This was a notable achievement, given that he had already achieved a considerable degree of invisibility, but he applied himself to it with the same precision he applied to everything. He was in his pew before Lauds. He was out of it before the other brothers had filed out. He ate in the refectory at the times prescribed and left when the meal was done. He walked corridors at the hours when Bastian was most likely to be in the choir loft, which he had worked out in the first week by simple observation. He took no more wrong turns. He did not visit the chapter house for the book he had forgotten to retrieve. He worked on the Psalter with a focus that, in retrospect, he recognized as having the character of something performed rather than something felt, the productivity of a man who is producing things so that he does not have time to think about what he is not producing. The Psalter was finished at the end of that week, 7 days ahead of the date he'd told the abbot to expect it, and he wrapped it with a care that took 40 minutes and brought it to the abbot's door and went back to the scriptorium and sat at the empty work table with nothing in front of him for the first time in 3 weeks. The work table without a project was an unusual experience. He had always had a project. He sat at it for a long time, looking at the grain of the wood. He thought, this is not working. Bastian, in his own week, was conducting a parallel and less tidy version of the same argument. He did not catalog reasons with the same linear precision. He was not, in general, a linear thinker. His mind ran in chords rather than single notes, multiple things at once, harmonics and undertones. The argument he was having with himself ran something like, he wanted specifically, not generally, not as a consequence of proximity and availability and the ordinary human hunger for warmth in cold places. Specifically, the quality of silence Emrys produced when he was listening, the way he touched things, the work table, the manuscripts, the carved railing, with one finger, as though he were asking permission. The dry, almost observation about the corridors, offered and then not offered, and the way Emrys' face had when the question was returned to him gone very still in a way Bastian now understood was not blankness but something almost its opposite. He wanted. This was the first part of the argument. The second part was whether the monastery was safe enough to want anything in. He thought about Cian's music stand, which was not Cian's anymore, which was now his, which he used every day in a perfectly ordinary way, and which he had stood before, on his first day, with the cold, specific dread of a man finding a thing that was supposed to have been somewhere else. He thought about what he had been told about his predecessor's departure, and the quality of the telling, the way the abbot's words had been precise in a way that communicated they had been chosen carefully, which was not the same as communicating they were complete. He thought about Aldrich. He was not quite able to say why he thought about Aldrich. It was a feeling rather than a conclusion, the same feeling a musical phrase gave him when something was a hair wrong, when the interval was almost right, when the relationship between two notes was almost what it should have been, and the almost was doing work that the almost shouldn't have to do. Aldrich watched him. This was not paranoia. He had good evidence. A look held a second too long during chapter. A presence in the corridor outside the choir at odd hours, which Bastian had registered as a pattern before he registered it as a thing to register. The quality of Aldrich's face during Vespers, which was controlled and precise and private in a way that most people's faces were not during Vespers, when the music was supposed to do something to a person whether the person intended it or not. He mentioned it to Emrys lightly on the Thursday, or rather, he mentioned it to the empty corridor outside the scriptorium, which happened to contain Emrys, who was going somewhere and had been going somewhere, and who paused with a stillness, so controlled it was itself a kind of response. Aldrich, Bastian said, with the lightness of a man indicating rather than insisting. He watches. I thought I was imagining it. You're probably not imagining it, Emrys said. Bastian said. He watches a great deal of things, Emrys said, which was true, and was also not quite what he meant, and both of them knew this. I wouldn't be concerned. He said it with such flatness that Bastian looked at him for a moment in the considering way. You're a very poor liar, Bastian said, pleasantly, for someone who practices it so consistently. Emrys said nothing. His eyes went briefly to the corridor wall, and then back to Bastian, and the returning was, Bastian thought, a small decision, something chosen rather than automatic. I'll keep an eye on it, Emrys said. I know you will, Bastian said. He filed Aldrich away again, in the archive of things that hadn't named themselves yet, and let Emrys go wherever he was going. On Thursday evening, neither of them intended to be in the cloister garden. The garden at dusk in winter was not a comfortable place. The beds were bare, and the gravel paths were cold, and the fountain was still because the abbot, who was practical about this if nothing else, had the fountain stopped in November to prevent the pipes from splitting. It was not a place that invited lingering. There was nothing warm in it. The only virtue of the cloister garden at dusk in winter was that it was empty, which was not a virtue you valued, unless you were the kind of person who valued emptiness in the way other people valued warmth. Both of them were, it turned out, that kind of person. Emrys came first, through the south door, in the way he moved through places when he thought they were empty. Not exactly purposeful, not exactly wandering, the particular quality of motion that belonged to a person comfortable in their own company. He stopped when he saw Bastian at the far end of the garden, who had come through the west entrance from the direction of the choir loft, and had also stopped at the sight of Emrys. And the two of them stood at opposite ends of the cold, empty garden and looked at each other in the specific way of people who have been carefully not finding themselves in the same space for a week and have just discovered that the effort has been mutual. This discovery was, Emrys thought, both predictable and devastating. They didn't speak much. This was partly Emrys' nature and partly because there was, in the silence, something more accurate than what language would have produced. Bastian crossed the garden and stood beside Emrys near the bare herb beds, not too close, a proximity that was social rather than charged, which was perhaps a generosity. The frost will be hard tonight, Bastian said. Yes, Emrys said. I've been in the choir loft until now. The brothers are beginning to manage the Maundy Thursday piece. You were right about the ark. Good, Emrys said. Bastian was quiet for a moment. Then, in the tone of a man offering something rather than asking for it. "I'm glad you stayed to listen that afternoon." "I didn't intend to," Emrys said. This was true. He was not going to pretend it was not true. "I know," Bastian said. "That was what made it useful." The light was going quickly, as it did in winter, the short day surrendering its last gray reluctantly and then all at once. The garden was becoming a collection of darker and lighter shadows, the herb beds, the gravel, the outline of the cloister walls against the sky. "Aldrich," Bastian said. Emrys looked at him. "He was at the library today," Bastian said. "I saw him through the window coming out. He had a book. He replaced it on the shelf rather than checking it out, which seemed, I don't know. It caught my attention." "Which book?" Emrys said. "I couldn't see from the window." Emrys was quiet. He thought about the ledger he had not yet checked, which was a thing he had been meaning to do and had not done, and whether the book on the library shelf had a relationship to the unfinished thing in his archive, and whether being very still and very invisible was, in this particular situation, the same as being useful. He thought, "I don't know yet. I need more. I'll look into it," he said. "I'm not asking you to," Bastian said quickly. "I know," Emrys said. "I'm offering." Bastian looked at him. In the dark of the garden, the quality of looking was different than in the corridor or the choir loft, something reduced to its essential features. The fact of attention, its direction, its duration. Bastian's attention had a quality of stillness in it that was unusual. His hands were not moving. "Why?" Bastian said. Emrys considered this. He considered the 7 reasons, which had not become more convincing in a week of living with them. He considered the charity of not saying the true thing directly, and then he considered whether he was doing it for Bastian's sake or for his own, and whether those were distinguishable, and decided they were not, and that both of them knew it. "Because something is unresolved," he said. "I find unresolved things difficult." Bastian said, The quality of it suggested he was applying this explanation to a larger set of observations than Emrys had intended, and finding it accurate. They stood in the garden a while longer, not particularly comfortable, not particularly uncomfortable, in the specific companionable silence of 2 people who have discovered their silences are compatible, which is rarer than most people appreciate. Above them, in a window on the south side of the cloister, a lamp was burning. Bastian noticed it. He said nothing. Later, when Emrys had gone back inside and Bastian stood alone for another moment in the cold garden, he looked up at the window again. The lamp was still burning. The window belonged to Aldrich's cell. The light had not moved. He thought, almost right. He thought, almost. He went inside, and the garden was empty again, and the frost came down exact and indifferent across everything in it. Chapter 6, Permission. Tav found him on a Saturday morning in the early quiet between prime and terce, sitting at the empty work table in the scriptorium with a piece of blank vellum in front of him that he had not touched. "You finished the Psalter," Tav said, "4 days ago, and now you are staring at an empty table." "I'm planning the next project," Emrys said. Tav looked at the blank vellum. He looked at Emrys. He pulled out the stool from beneath the secondary work table and sat down on it with the economy of motion of a man who has decided he is not in a hurry and intends the room to know it. "He was asking after you," Tav said. "The abbot. You know who." Emrys picked up a quill from the edge of the table, which he did not need, and turned it in his fingers. "What did he say?" "He asked whether you were well. He asked it in the corridor, in passing, the way people ask things when they mean something else. I told him you were well." He nodded. Tav paused. He looked relieved, which is interesting. He is a polite man. He is, Tav agreed. "That's not what I said." He put his elbows on the secondary work table and looked at Emrys with the specific quality of his attention, which was not intrusive but was extremely thorough. "You like him. He is a colleague." "You like him," Tav said again, with the equanimity of a man who has decided the sentence is correct and does not require modification. "You have liked him since the first week, and you have spent the following 2.5 weeks performing otherwise, and the performance is not convincing to anyone who knows you, which I grant is a small audience. But I am in it." Emrys set the quill down. "It's not a matter of whether I like him," he said. "Then what is it a matter of?" He was quiet for a moment, in the particular quality of his silence that Tav had learned, over 7 years, to distinguish from blankness. It was not blankness. It was a man thinking precisely about something and waiting until the thought was sufficiently formed to bear weight. History, he said. Tav said nothing. I have done this before, Emrys said. I know how it ends. You were 19, Tav said. He said it simply, without particular emphasis, the way you said a fact that was not in dispute. You were 19 and you made a mistake and someone else paid for it. And you spent 9 years carrying that debt, and I'm telling you, as your friend and as a man who has watched you do this for 7 years, that the debt is not real. You invented it. You've been paying interest on a loan you took out from yourself. Emrys looked at him. He is not 19, Tav continued. You are not 19. The monastery is not wherever you were at 19. The situation is not the same. There are similarities. There are, Tav said. There is also a man who asks after you in corridors and looks relieved when he is told you are well, and who has more capacity to take care of himself than you're giving him credit for, which I say not to be unkind, but because it is true and you know it. Emrys picked up the quill again. Put down again. The 19-year-old version of you made a mistake, Tav said. You are not still 19. There was a long silence. Outside the scriptorium windows, the winter morning was managing a pale attempt at sun, something slightly warmer than the usual gray, light that touched the far edge of the work table and went no further. Emrys said nothing, but the quality of his silence had changed, and Tav, who had known him long enough to read the variations, noted the change and did not push further. He stood, replaced the stool precisely under the secondary work table, and walked to the door. The choir loft, he said, without turning around. He works late on Saturdays. The brothers are off their duties from none until Compline, so he uses the time. Then Tav left, and Emrys sat alone with a blank vellum, and the weak winter sun moved another inch across the table, and he sat for a long time in the specific stillness of a man who has been told a true thing and is deciding what to do with it. He went to the choir loft at the hour between Vespers and Compline, when the chapel was empty of everyone except the candles, which burned with their usual indifference to the hour. He had meant to be decisive about it. He had meant to arrive with the quality of intention he brought to the work table, purposeful and prepared. Instead, he arrived in the chapel the way he had arrived at the choir rehearsal 6 weeks ago, imprecisely, having taken a route that was not quite direct, carrying nothing except the particular sensation in his chest that he had been managing for 7 years and had apparently not managed adequately. The choir loft stairs were narrow and dark, and his footsteps on them were quiet enough that he heard Bastian before Bastian heard him. He was not conducting. He was sitting on the bench behind the music stand, turned sideways so that his back was against the carved wooden panel and his legs were stretched out across the bench. And he was reading, or had been reading, because the book was in his lap and closed, and his hands were resting on the cover, and his head was tipped back against the wood behind him, and his eyes were closed. He was not asleep. His face had the quality of a man listening to something the room was producing without his assistance. Emrys stopped at the top of the stair. The candlelight from below reached the loft at an angle, softer and more diffuse than direct flame. It was doing something to Bastian's face that Emrys noted and chose not to fully examine. The chapel below was quiet. The carved wood of the balcony panel behind Bastian's head was in the tradition of the very old work, vines and figures, a quality of patience in the making of it that was recognizable to someone who worked with his hands. Then Bastian opened his eyes. He looked at Emrys without surprise, which meant he had heard the footsteps after all, and had made a choice about whether to acknowledge them. "You came," he said. "Not a question." "I came," Emrys said. Bastian moved his legs from the bench, sat upright, made a gesture toward the space beside him with the easy hospitality of a man offering a place to sit in his own house. Emrys crossed the loft and sat on the bench. Not close. A hand's width of space between them, which was not close and was not far, which was the precise width of a considered decision. They were quiet for a moment. "I finished the Psalter," Emrys said. "Tav told me. He said it was very good. Tav hasn't seen it. He said that too. He said it was clearly very good on the evidence of how aggressively you weren't mentioning it." Emrys said nothing for a moment. Then, involuntarily, something moved in the corner of his mouth. He looked down at his hands. "I don't know what I'm doing," he said. It came out with less premeditation than he had intended, which was perhaps the point. He had not prefaced it. He had not constructed it carefully. He had simply said it, which was, in the economy of what it cost him to speak directly, an enormous expenditure. Bastian was quiet. Not the silence of a man waiting to respond. The silence of a man receiving something with the attention it deserved. "Neither do I," Bastian said. "I have a general direction and no particular map. That doesn't concern you. It concerns me thoroughly." He turned his head and looked at Emrys with the attentiveness that still, despite everything, had the quality of an ambush. "But I have found that the things worth doing don't usually come with maps. The map exists afterward, when you look back and trace how you got there." Emrys looked at him. He was aware of a great many things simultaneously. The exact distance between them on the bench, the candlelight and its angle, the carved wood of the balcony rail in front of them and the long drop of the chapel below, the particular quality of the silence in the loft, which was different from the silence elsewhere in a monastery, denser somehow, more willing to hold things. He was aware of Bastian's hand on the bench between them, not reaching, simply there. Emrys looked at it. He thought about 9 years of considered distance. He thought about the blank vellum on the work table that morning, and what it meant that he had not touched it. He thought about Tav's voice, "You're not still 19. He put his hand over Bastian's. He did not move it away. Bastian went very still, which was his tell, which Emrys had learned, the stillness that meant something had arrived that was genuine enough to stop the conducting of his hands. His breath was audible for a moment, just one moment, and then it settled. Neither of them spoke. The candles below burned on. The chapel held them in its cold stone patience, which had held generations of people before them and had no opinion about what they did within it, which was perhaps the closest thing to permission the monastery could offer. Emrys' hand on Bastian's hand. That was all. The smallness of it was the point. It was not a small thing. After a while, Bastian turned his hand so that their fingers were aligned, and his thumb moved once across the back of Emrys' hand, a motion so brief it might have been a question, and Emrys did not move his hand away, which was the answer. They stayed until Compline called them out of the loft and back to their separate pews, and the night office was sung in the dark with the candles burning low, and afterward Emrys walked back through the monastery to his cell with the quality of a man who has done something irreversible and found, to his own surprise, that irreversible was not the same as wrong. He passed Aldrich's cell on the way. The light was still burning under the door. He stood outside it for a moment, in the dark corridor, with the warmth of Bastian's hand still present in the nerves of his own. He walked on. Chapter 7, in which the ghost tries harder. Bastian learned Emrys the way he learned music, by paying attention to where the silences fell. This was not a metaphor he reached for consciously. It was simply what happened when he was with someone whose primary mode of communication was negative space. You learned to read what wasn't said with the same attention you gave to what was, and eventually the silence became as legible as speech, more legible sometimes because it had not been edited. What he learned in those first weeks of a new thing between them, which had no name and did not appear to require one. The ink on Emrys' fingers was never fully gone. There was always some trace of it, ground into the whorls of his fingertips and the thin crescents of his nails, a blue-black stain that shifted with whatever pigment he'd been working with that day. Bastian found this, which he did not say aloud, unreasonably interesting. He looked at Emrys' hands when Emrys was not watching him look, and the hands were always doing something precise, adjusting the position of a pot, testing the tip of a quill, touching the edge of a surface with one finger in the particular way that was checking whether the thing was real. He learned that Emrys smelled of linseed oil and beeswax and something mineral he couldn't identify, which was probably the pigments, and that this smell was present even when Emrys had not been working, the way a certain quality of light was present even after the sun had moved on. He learned that Emrys' humor was so dry and so precisely timed and so thoroughly unannounced that it arrived consistently as a surprise even when Bastian had started watching for it, which suggested that either the humor was faster than observation or Emrys was deploying it in places Bastian was not looking. He learned that Emrys' laugh, when it arrived, and it arrived rarely, and only when he was not guarding himself, was low and real and slightly disbelieving, as though laughter were a thing that kept happening to him against his considered judgment. He learned that Emrys would offer opinions in writing in the margins of things. A note left with a book he'd lent Bastian. A careful annotation on the music notation Bastian had been working on, which he had not asked for, but which was, when he read it, precisely and devastatingly correct. He would apparently say things in ink that he could not quite say aloud, which Bastian found beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with the content of the notes. These things Bastian accumulated without conscious accounting, the way you accumulated the quality of a piece of music detail by detail, until you understood it not as a collection of details, but as a whole. The scriptorium in the late afternoon was a different room from the scriptorium before dawn. Before dawn it belonged entirely to Emrys, contained, precise, a room in the act of being prepared. In the late afternoon the winter light came through the east windows at a low angle, more horizontal than vertical, and it moved across the work table and the arranged equipment and the manuscripts in progress with a quality of interrogation, finding the texture of things, the raised lines of the gilding, the fine edge of a completed letter, the specific blue of the lapis in its ceramic pot. Bastian had been here 3 times now. Each time it had required a different kind of invitation. Once explicit, once implicit, and once the result of Emrys simply not closing the door when Bastian paused in the corridor outside it, which was a form of invitation that was thoroughly deniable and which both of them understood perfectly. This afternoon Emrys had been working on a new commission, a book of hours for a different patron, and Bastian had arrived at the not-quite-invitation hour and taken his place on the stool near the secondary work table and produced the music notation he had been working on and worked on it quietly, while Emrys worked on the manuscript. And the two of them had occupied the same room in the specific companionable parallel that was its own form of intimacy, requiring no conversation, only the shared fact of presence. "Show me," Bastian said, at a point when the light had shifted significantly and Emrys had sat back from the page. Emrys looked at him. "The new work," Bastian said. "You have been very careful about the angle of the manuscript, and I have been very careful about not looking. I think we have both demonstrated adequate restraint." A silence, which Bastian had learned to read as consideration rather than refusal. Then Emrys turned the manuscript. It was the opening pages of the Book of Hours, and Bastian looked at it for a long moment without speaking, which was itself a response. The border of the first page was populated with the same animal vocabulary he had seen glimpses of in Emrys's other work, but here it was more itself, less contained, the vines moving with a quality of real growth rather than decorative symmetry, the animals in the margins caught in mid-motion, a hare in full flight, a pair of birds that appeared to be in conversation. And the capital letter was extraordinary, gilded and precise, and doing something with the internal negative space that made the letter and the space around inseparable, each one the condition of the other. In a lower margin, very small, a wolf. Not hidden, not exactly, placed where the eye would eventually find it, but not where the eye would go first. "That is yours," Bastian said. "Not a question." In the margins, Emrys said, "The commission work is the text and the major illuminations. The margins are. I have always used them for my own purposes." "How long?" 7 years. He said it without particular weight, which was its own weight. Bastian looked at the wolf in the margin. It was the same animal as the other margin wolves he had glimpsed in Emrys's work, watching, still, the quality of alertness that was not aggression, but was not rest. "What does it cost," he said, "to show me?" Emrys was quiet for a moment. He looked at his hands on the table. "Less than I expected," he said. Bastian turned the manuscript back to him, carefully, at the same angle it had been. He picked up his own notation again. "Thank you," he said. "It's a manuscript," Emrys said. "It isn't," Bastian said, and returned to the notation, and they worked in parallel until the chapel bell called them to Vespers, and neither of them mentioned it again, which was the way it was possible to do some things, by not looking directly at them while you were doing them, until you had done them enough times that they no longer required the indirection. The ghost was becoming less subtle. The first incident of that week happened in the scriptorium at night. Emrys had returned after Compline to check the glare he had prepared that afternoon, which needed monitoring during its drying, and he found the room as he had left it except for one thing. The oldest manuscript in his current stack, a 12th century psalter he was repairing rather than illuminating, was open. He had not left it open. He closed it every time he set it down, as a matter of professional reflex. It was open to a page he had not been working on, a page near the back, and the illustration on that page was a pair of hands. Not a particularly unusual subject for an illuminated manuscript, but the hands were reaching toward each other, separated by the gutter of the open book, and there was a quality to the rendering that was specific, intentional in a way that exceeded decoration. He stood looking at the manuscript for a long time. He closed it. The second incident was a locked door. The scriptorium had two exits, the main corridor door and a small door at the north end that led to a storage room and, beyond it, to the library passage. The library passage door had a lock on the scriptorium side that Emrys had never used in 7 years. On Wednesday morning, he found it locked from the outside, which required either a second key he did not possess or something that did not have a good explanation. He stood at the locked door and thought about this for approximately 2 minutes, and then he went around to the library passage entrance, walked through it, and unlocked the door from the other side. There was nothing in the storage room. There was nothing in the library passage. The lock showed no sign of tampering. He had not mentioned this either. The third incident was worse. In a library, in the older part of the collection where the manuscripts were arranged by a system that had made sense to someone in the previous century and had not been rationalized since, there was a shelf of miscellaneous smaller works. Notes, personal accounts, correspondence that had been preserved for reasons that were not entirely clear. Emrys went there on Thursday to look for something he had been told might be in the collection, a liturgical reference he needed for the Book of Hours, and he found, on the shelf beside the reference he was looking for, a manuscript he had not noticed before. It was small, unbound, the pages loose within a light leather cover. The first page was blank. The second had, in an ink that had dried to the particular brownish black of age, a single illustration. 2 figures, drawn in the shorthand of a quick study rather than a finished illumination, standing in what appeared to be a garden. He could not see their faces, but the taller of the two, angular and long-limbed, had his head turned toward the broader, round-faced one with an attention so specific in the rendering that even in shorthand it was unmistakable. Emrys looked at it for a long time. He was not certain. He was not the kind of man who drew conclusions before he was certain. But there was something in the quality of it, the observation encoded in those quick lines that suggested someone had been watching. Someone had been in this garden. Someone had seen 2 people look at each other in a way that required recording. He did not know whose hand it was. He put the pages back in their cover and returned them to the shelf, where they sat between the liturgical reference and a bound account of a previous abbot's visitation. Perfectly ordinary, accumulating the quiet dust of a library that contained more than it was catalogued as containing. He went to find Bastian. Not immediately. Not in the anxious way of a man who has received a fright. He went to find Bastian with the specific purposefulness of a man who has been carrying something alone and has decided, not impulsively but deliberately, that he prefers to carry it in company. He found him in the choir loft, which was where he reliably was in the late afternoon, bent over the music stand with a notational problem he had been working on all week. He looked up when Emrys appeared at the top of the stair. "The library," Emrys said. "When you have time. There's something I want you to look at." Bastian looked at him, not with alarm. Emrys' face was not alarmed. It was its usual level precision, but with the attentiveness of a man who understands that Emrys offering information unprompted is its own kind of signal. "Now," Bastian said. "When you have time," Emrys said again. Bastian put down his pen. "Now is fine," he said. They went to the library together, and Emrys found the shelf again, and he took out the unbound pages and held them for a moment before he opened the cover, looking at the leather, which was plain and unstamped and told him nothing. Then he opened it to the illustration. Bastian looked at it for a long time without speaking. "Who drew this?" he said. "I don't know," Emrys said. "I found it here. I have no way to date it." "Those are us," Bastian said, very quietly. "It appears to be." "Which means," he stopped. "Which means someone was watching," Emrys said. "And whoever was watching had a reason to record it." Bastian was quiet. He was very still. He looked at the illustration with a particular quality of stillness that meant something had arrived that was genuine enough to stop the movement of his hands. Kian mentioned, he said, slowly, that he had a sense of being watched sometimes. At his last posting, he put it down to the enclosed life. The way you are always in view of someone in a monastery, because the architecture is designed for accountability. He paused. I thought he was being careful for my sake. I thought he was managing me. Emrys looked at him. He may not have been wrong, Emrys said. I have no evidence yet. I'm not drawing conclusions before I have evidence. But you are watching. I'm watching, Emrys said. Bastian put the cover back over the pages and returned them to the shelf. He did this with a care that was not his usual warmth, but something quieter and more internal, the care of a man handling something that has a relationship to a larger, older hurt. He used to say, Bastian said, that the monastery had good walls. Emrys did not respond to this directly. He looked at the shelf, and then at Bastian, and then he said, walk with me. Vespers isn't for 2 hours. They walked the cloister and did not talk about the illustration, and the afternoon light was doing its low winter thing across the stone, and Bastian's hands were moving again beside him, the small conducting motions that were his resting state, and Emrys watched them peripherally and thought, I need more evidence. I need to look at the ledger. I need to know what Kian Moore's record contains. He thought, I should have done this sooner. He thought, I have been distracted. This was true, and he did not find it a simple feeling to hold. The distraction and its source were the same thing, and the thing was good, and the cost of the good thing was that he had been slow, and he did not know yet what slow had cost. Above the library window, on the south side of the cloister, a figure passed behind the glass. Emrys did not say anything. He started, quietly, to watch with more precision. Chapter 8. The Texture of Being Known. The Book of Hours was the most beautiful thing Emrys had made. He understood this not with satisfaction, which would have been too simple, but with the specific mixed quality of someone who has produced something that exceeded what they knew they were capable of and now had to live with the fact that they were, apparently, capable of it. The bar had moved. He could not pretend it hadn't. He worked on it differently than he had worked on the Psalter. The Psalter had been made in the discipline of concealment. His real work hidden in the margins, the commissioned illuminations done with care, but not full presence, a division between the self that signed the work and the self that lived in the small wolf at the bottom of the page. The Book of Hours was not that. He did not know entirely when the shift had happened, but somewhere in the 5 weeks since Bastian's hand and his hand on the bench in the choir loft, the margin had gotten wider, and then wider still, until the margin and the page were the same thing, and there was nowhere left to hide the wolf. So he put in the center of the composition and called it intentional, which it was. The abbot had looked at the opening pages without comment when Emrys showed them for approval. Then he had said, in his measured way, the style has changed somewhat. Yes, Emrys said. A pause. It is more fully itself, the abbot said. This was not, from Seraphim, a casual observation. He did not make casual observations. It landed with the weight of a thing carefully chosen. And then he moved on to the next item of business, and Emrys carried it out of the room and turned it over for the rest of the day. More fully itself. He thought about that. There was a Tuesday when the weather was genuinely cold, the kind of cold that arrived not as discomfort, but as fact, settling into the stone of the monastery and staying there. Emrys was in the scriptorium after none, working on the 3rd page of the Book of Hours, and Bastian arrived in the not-quite-invitation way he had arrived 3 times before, which meant he knocked, and then waited for Emrys to look up, and then came in before Emrys had formally agreed to the visit, which was a method that was technically presumptuous and which Emrys had found he did not mind. He sat on the stool. He had his notation again, a different problem from last week, a question about voicing that he was apparently using the scriptorium's particular silence to think through. They worked in parallel. The cold made the beeswax candles perform differently, a slightly lower burn, and Emrys adjusted the angle of his work to compensate, which Bastian noticed without commenting on. At some point Bastian said, without looking up from his notation, "You have ink on your face." Emrys touched his jaw. "Your left," Bastian said. "Further." "No, the cheekbone. I can't see it." "Obviously." Bastian set down his pen, stood, and crossed the distance between the stool and Emrys's work table with the directness that was his primary mode of moving through the world. He looked at the smear of ink on Emrys's cheekbone with the professional assessment of a man determining whether the problem is cosmetic or structural, and then he picked up the small cloth Emrys used for exactly this purpose. It lived at the edge of the work table beside the water pot, and held it for a moment, and then looked at Emrys. "May I?" he said. Emrys did not answer. He was, for a moment, not capable of answering because the situation had arrived in the space his voice occupied and displaced it. He nodded. Bastian dampened the cloth and cupped one hand against the side of Emrys's jaw, tilting his face very slightly, and then he removed the ink from Emrys's cheekbone with the same precision he applied to difficult musical problems. Specific, patient, not more force than necessary. His hand against Emrys's jaw was warm. His face, this close, was in full detail. The close-cropped curls at his temple, the thick line of his lashes, the small crease at the corner of his eye from the quality of his smiling. He stepped back. "Better," he said. Emrys looked at the cloth in Bastian's hand. There was a faint blue-black smear on it. "Thank you," Emrys said. Bastian returned the cloth to its precise position at the edge of the work table. He went back to the stool. He picked up his notation. Neither of them spoke for a while. Emrys picked up his quill. He was aware of the place on his jaw where Bastian's hand had been, which was approximately the same temperature as the rest of his face and therefore not, in any objective sense, a distinct area, and yet which registered his nerves as a distinct area. He was aware of this, and he did not fully examine it, in a way you did not look directly at something you wanted to continue seeing. He worked for another 20 minutes, and the cold winter light moved through the scriptorium, and the candles burned with their adjusted low-temperature patience. And Bastian worked on his voicing problem, and neither of them needed to be anywhere else. He had not been touched in 7 years. This was not a dramatic fact. It was simply a fact. There had been no moment of decision, no formal commencement of a not being touched. It had arrived the way the other aspects of his invisible life had arrived, gradually and then completely, until it was so thoroughly the condition of his existence that he had largely stopped noticing it was a condition rather than a state of nature. He noticed it now. He noticed it specifically in the quality of attention his nerves gave to small things. The brush of Bastian's sleeve against his shoulder when they walked the cloister together. The weight of Bastian's arm across his shoulders when they stood at the choir loft railing, looking down. The way Bastian would sometimes hold his wrist when he was trying to show Emrys something in the notation, not restraining, simply anchoring a point of contact that said, "Here from here." Emrys did not know what to do with any of this. He filed it in the same interior archive as all the other unresolved things. And he worked on the Book of Hours, and he allowed himself to be in the room with Bastian, which was its own form of practice. There was an evening in the second week of their new arrangement when Aldrich appeared in the scriptorium doorway. Not the scriptorium, the corridor outside the refectory. They had been coming from supper, Emrys and Bastian, walking in the particular parallel they had developed, not touching but proximate, a distance that communicated the new thing without stating it, and Aldrich had been at the corridor's far end and had turned as they passed, and he had said, in his controlled and even voice, "Brother Bastian." A moment. Bastian paused. Emrys paused beside him. Aldrich's eyes went to Emrys briefly, and then back to Bastian. Something in his face was doing very little, which was a specific quality different from blankness. Blankness was passive. This was active. "I wanted to ask," Aldrich said, "how you were finding the choir." The brothers had considerable adjustment to make, given the previous choirmaster's particular methods. Bastian's voice was warm, unhurried, entirely itself. "They've been wonderful, very willing." Father Kian had a somewhat different approach, Aldrich said. More restrained, less demonstrative. Emrys filed the word father against the name in his memory. "Each choirmaster has his own method," Bastian said pleasantly. "I hope the brothers find mine useful." Father Kian was perhaps overwhelmed by the position in the end, Aldrich said. He was not as suited to it as he had believed. The air in the corridor was absolutely still. "I wouldn't know," Bastian said. His voice had not changed in any quality another person would have noticed. Emrys noticed. "I only know what I've been told." "Of course," Aldrich said. "Good evening." He walked away down the corridor with the measured pace of a man who has conducted a satisfactory exchange. Bastian and Emrys stood for a moment in the corridor and did not look at each other. Then Bastian said, very quietly, he called him father. "Yes," Emrys said. He did not call him brother. "No." Bastian was quiet. The corridor was empty now except for them. The stones their usual winter dark, the single lamp above the refectory door casting its small circle. "He knew him," Bastian said. Not surprised exactly. The quality of a man fitting a piece into a structure he had been building without being sure of the dimensions. "He has been here a long time," Emrys said. "Longer than the previous choirmaster, presumably." He paused. "I'm going to the library this week." "The ledger." "The ledger," Bastian repeated. "The record of arrivals and departures. I want to see when Kian arrived. And when he left." Bastian looked at him. His face was doing the thing where the warmth was present but quieter, internal, not performing anything. "You've been building this for a while," he said. "Since the garden," Emrys said. "Since the first night. You haven't said much about it. I didn't want to say things I wasn't certain of." He looked at the lamp above the refectory door, and then at Bastian. "I am becoming more certain." Bastian was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "Thank you for telling me." "Don't thank me yet," Emrys said. "I don't have enough." "I know," Bastian said. "I'm thanking you for telling me this much." He paused. "Emrys." Emrys looked at him. "Be careful," Bastian said. "I'm always careful." "I know," Bastian said. "I mean be careful with yourself, not only with the evidence." Emrys did not answer this directly. He thought about it for the rest of the evening, in the way he thought about things that had arrived in a place he hadn't expected to find something, carefully from several angles, waiting for it to hold still. He thought, "I'm beginning to understand what that means, coming from you." He thought, "This is also new." Chapter 9. What Kian left in the walls. The scriptorium before Lauds had its own particular silence, which was different from the silence at other hours the way that snow had a different silence than rain. It was not the absence of sound, but the presence of a specific quality, dense, total, a silence that had been accumulating since Compline and had reached, by the hour before Lauds, its maximum depth. Emrys was in it at the hour when the rest of the monastery was still in the dark between Matins and Lauds, when even the most devoted of the brothers were in a half-world of sleep. He had not slept well. This was not a new condition. He had not slept fully well since the garden, since the choir loft, since the escalating sequence of unresolved observations that now occupied a significant portion of his interior archive. But tonight it had been less like insufficient sleep and more like a decision, the body refusing to be unconscious at a time when consciousness seemed important. He had come to the scriptorium because it was where he thought most clearly, and because the Book of Hours was in its middle sections now, requiring a quality of attention that could not be faked, and because being useful with his hands while his mind worked on a separate problem was, for him, not a distraction from the problem, but a condition of solving it. He worked for an hour. Then he saw the ghost. Not peripheral this time. Not a candle extinguished or a door locked or a manuscript at the wrong page or a sketch in a library that was almost but not quite explicable. This was a presence in the room with him, and he knew it was a presence the way he knew the temperature of the room or the quality of the light, with the whole of his attention at once before any single faculty had processed its piece. The figure was at the far end of the scriptorium, in the alcove where the finished works were stored before collection. It was not fully there in the way that a person was fully there. It had the quality of something seen in the corner of vision transferred, impossibly, to the center, still peripheral, even when looked at directly, as though the rules of observation did not apply to it in the ordinary way. A man. He understood this. The proportions were a man's proportions, not tall, broad through the shoulder, the particular way a certain kind of person stood with their weight distributed easily, someone comfortable in the space they occupied. The face was not clear. The attitude was. He was looking at Emrys. Not threatening. Emrys had been noting this since the first disturbances, the quality of not threatening, and he noted it now again with precision. This was not a presence that wanted to harm him. He understood this the way he understood other things in the body before the mind, with a certainty that preceded reason. It wanted something. The figure looked at Emrys. Then it looked, deliberately, at the alcove beside it, where the stored manuscript sat. Then back to Emrys. Then it was gone. Emrys sat at his work table for a moment. He looked at the alcove. Then he set down his quill, pushed back the stool, crossed the scriptorium, and went to look. The stored manuscripts were in their proper order. He moved through them with the methodical attention of a man who knew this collection and wouldn't notice anything out of place. And there was nothing out of place, and there was nothing unusual, until he reached the back of the alcove where the oldest works sat, the ones that had been here before he arrived and would be here after he left, and there was, between a bound compilation of early liturgical commentary and a smaller leather-covered work, a manuscript he did not recognize. He stood with it for a moment before he opened it. It was a psalter, not in bad condition. The leather was worn but intact, the pages stiff with age but not brittle. The opening leaf was a calendar illumination in a hand he did not know. Not his own, not the house style of Saint Anselm's, something that had come from outside. Competent work, more than competent in places. The rendering of a bird in the margin of the January calendar was better than it had any right to be, given the functional context. He turned pages. A name in the colophon, written in the same competent hand. Key and More, Fake It. Made by. Emrys stood in the alcove with the manuscript and looked at the name for a long time. He thought, so you were a craftsman too. He thought, you were here, and you made this, and you left it in the place where the made things are kept, which means you knew it was worth keeping. He thought, or if someone else kept it, knowing it was yours, and did not want to say so. He closed the psalter carefully and returned it to its place. He went back to the work table. He sat with his hands flat on the surface and looked at the Book of Hours and did not pick up the quill. He stayed like that until lots. The library ledger was kept in the abbot's administrative archive, a small room off the cloister walk that was technically accessible to all brothers, but practically consulted by almost no one, because the administrative archive was organized by a system of the previous abbots devising that required prior knowledge to navigate. Emrys had navigated it once before, 6 months after his arrival, looking for the original charter of his scriptorium duties. He remembered the system. He went in the hour between terce and sext, when the abbot was reliably in chapter meetings, and found the room unoccupied. The ledger of arrivals and departures was the 3rd volume in the 2nd cabinet. He found it in 6 minutes. He sat at the small reading table in the archive room and opened the ledger and began with the most recent entries, working backward. His own arrival, 6 entries back from the current date, which meant 6 brothers had come or gone in 7 years. A modest number. The monastery was not in a period of expansion. 4 entries back from his own, a brother Aldrich Voss, listed as arriving from a Benedictine house in the Rhineland. The date placed his arrival approximately 5 years before Emrys' own. He noted this. He turned pages. 3 entries back from his own, a departure entry. The name, written in the abbot's hand, Father Key and More. Emrys read the entry twice. It was short. Departure date, a Saturday in the last month of a year he calculated was 10 years before Bastian's arrival, which meant 3 years before Emrys had come to Saint Anselm's. Reason for departure. The column was not blank, which was what he had expected. It said, return to family. He looked at this for a long moment. Then he looked at the arrival entry immediately above it. Father Key and More arrived from a house in County Meath. An Irish name. The date placed his arrival at approximately 2.5 years before his departure, which was not a very long residency. Return to family. He sat with this in the quiet archive room and thought about it with the precision he gave to problems that were presenting the wrong answer for the available evidence. A man did not return to family without correspondence. A man did not return to family without a period of leave, a conversation with the abbot, an entry in a different ledger, logistics. He had seen nothing of that. The arrival entry was standard. The departure entry was standard. The gap between them was 2.5 years of a man's life, and the record of it was a phrase in a column. He returned to family. Returned where? To whom? At whose instruction? He put the ledger back precisely as he had found it. He left the archive room and closed the door and stood in the cloister walk for a moment, while the winter morning did its usual insufficient amount of warming. He thought father, not brother. He had been a priest. He thought, Aldrich arrived 5 years before me, which is approximately 6 months after Cian arrived, which means Aldrich came while Cian was already here. He thought they overlapped. For 2 years they overlapped here, in this building, in these corridors, under these hours. He went to find Bastian. Bastian was in his cell, which was unusual at this hour. His cell was a small room with one window and the minimum of furnishings, and he had made it his own in the specific way he made everywhere his own, with the accumulation of the particular details that signaled habitation rather than residence. A stack of notation sheets, an extra candle in a brass holder, a small clay jar that held something dried and herbal that he said was for the voice. The window looked out onto the cloister garden. He was sitting on the bed when Emrys knocked, with his hands in his lap and his face in the inward expression that was his tell for genuine fear, the absence of warmth that was itself a signal. What happened? Emrys said, which was not how he usually entered rooms or conversations, but Bastian's face required it. Nothing happened, Bastian said. I've been thinking. He looked at Emrys in the doorway. Come. Emrys came in and sat on the single chair, because the chair was what the room offered and the bed was Bastian's, and his manners, such as they were, included not sitting where he had not been invited. I want to tell you something, Bastian said, about Cian, the actual version. He looked at his hands. Not the one I tell people. Tell me, Emrys said. So Bastian told him. The actual version was this. They had been at the same posting in Ireland for 18 months, a cathedral in the West, and what had begun as friendship had become something else with the gradual inevitability of things that are already present before they're named. Cian was a priest, which added a layer, and a quiet man, which added another, and they had loved each other in the careful, complicated way of men in enclosed institutions who know what is at stake and choose it anyway. And it had been, Bastian said, the first time in his adult life that someone had chosen him in the dark as well as the light. He didn't perform for me, Bastian said. He didn't need me to be anything in particular. He just looked at me like I was the thing, already without conditions. He paused. I had never had that. Emrys listened. He was very still. When he was sent here, Bastian continued, it was a transfer ordinary enough, the kind that happens for administrative reasons. He wrote to me from here. Frequently at first, then less. He said the new posting was good, that the library was remarkable, that he had found a strange kind of peace in the daily rhythm. A pause. His last letter said something was troubling him. He didn't say what. He said he would write more when he understood it better. When was the last letter? Said Emrys. 10 years ago. A little more. He was looking at his hands. 3 months later, I received word from the abbot here, not Seraphin, his predecessor, that Cian had returned to his family. I was told he had decided against the religious life, that he had left without notice, which was unlike him, but that he was well. Emrys looked at him. I believed it, Bastian said, because I didn't want to not believe it, because if he had left, then at least he had chosen to leave, which was sad, but if he hadn't chosen, he stopped. I decided to believe he chose. He didn't return to family, Emrys said. Bastian looked up. The ledger, Emrys said. I went this morning. His departure entry says, return to family. There is no prior correspondence in the administrative record. There is no leave-taking process. There is a departure date and a reason in a column, and nothing else. Bastian was quiet for a long time. How long was he here? He said. 2.5 years. Aldrich, Bastian said. Aldrich arrived approximately 6 months after Cian's arrival entry, Emrys said. They overlapped. For how long? Most of the duration. 2 years. Bastian put his face in his hands, briefly. Then he lowered them and looked at the window, which showed the cloister garden in its winter-stripped state, the bare beds, the still fountain. He wrote that something was troubling him. Bastian said to the window that he didn't understand it yet. Yes, Emrys said, and then he stopped writing. He turned to look at Emrys with the directness that came from behind the warmth, the thing that was under the performance, the face of a man who was not performing anything right now at all. What do you think happened? Emrys held the question with the honesty he applied to things that mattered. "I don't know," he said. "I don't have enough. The ledger tells me the departure is strange. The ghost tells me." He stopped. "The ghost tells you," Bastian said. "It tells me something is unresolved," Emrys said. "Something that requires resolution." Bastian was quiet for a moment. "You think it's Kian?" "I think the timing is not coincidental," Emrys said. "I think the ghost appeared when you arrived, and not before. I think that is relevant." Bastian put his hand over his mouth for a moment, a gesture that was new, one Emrys had not seen him make before, and then he took it away. "He's worried about me," Bastian said. "That is my reading," Emrys said. "Yes." The room was very quiet. Outside the window, the cloister garden was exactly itself, cold and bare and patient. "What do we do?" Bastian said. "I don't know yet," Emrys said. "I need to find more. There may be something in the library, in the older collection. There may be something I've missed." Bastian nodded. It happened on a Friday, which was not a day Bastian had any particular feeling about, and in the choir loft, which by now had the quality of a place that had been claimed without formal declaration. They had been there since after Vespers, which put the hour somewhere past the bell for Compline. The rest of the monastery in its sleeping or its praying, and the chapel below dark except for the sanctuary lamp that burned all night, small and red and constant. The single point of maintained light in all that dark. The choir loft had its own candle, one of the large pillar candles from the chapel stores that Bastian had placed on the bracket above the music stand some weeks ago, and which had burned down significantly without being replaced, which said something about how much time he spent up here in the late evening. The light it made was warm and local, illuminating a circle of the loft and leaving the rest in shadow, the carved wood of the balcony front, the bench, the music stand, and its papers, and the two of them. They had been talking, which was what they did in the choir loft at this hour, the particular unguarded conversation that belonged to late evenings and small light and the absence of everyone else. Bastian had been telling Emrys about a choirmaster he had trained under as a young man, a vivid and somewhat terrible personality who had nonetheless possessed the precise ability to hear what a piece of music was trying to do and to make the singers understand it from the inside. And Emrys had been listening with the specific quality of his listening that was not passive. It was enormously active. It was present in the way a person was present in a room, and asking, occasionally, the better question that opened the thing further. At some point the talking had stopped, not awkwardly, but with the natural completion of a conversation that had reached its destination, and they had been quiet for a while, and the quiet had the quality of the choir loft's particular silence, dense, held, a room that knew what it was for. Emrys was sitting on the bench. Bastian was beside him, closer than the social distance they maintained in corridors, the distance negotiated gradually over weeks, and now arrived at something that had no word in any language Bastian was aware of, which was simply near. He had been watching Emrys in the candlelight, not with the performance of watching, not the studied attention he sometimes applied to the world when he wanted the world to feel attended to. Just watching. The long jaw, the sharp cheekbones still faintly marked from the afternoon's work, the ink that was never fully gone from his fingers and was tonight a deep blue from the pigment he'd been mixing. The particular quality of his hands at rest, which were never entirely at rest, which were always in the process of checking something or preparing for something, the hands of a man for whom the world was always, gently, being handled. He thought, I know this person. This was not the same as, I have known this person a long time, though it had been long enough. It was a different category. Emrys looked at him. In the candlelight, his gray-green eyes had a quality that Bastian had learned to read, which was not inscrutability. People misread Emrys as inscrutable because they weren't paying sufficient attention. What was in his face right now was a man doing his characteristic careful considering, but underneath the considering, visible to someone who had spent weeks learning to look, want very clear, held in check by some cost-benefit analysis that was clearly in progress. You think very loudly, Emrys said. I've been told, Bastian said. Another pause. Then Emrys said, I have also wanted to. For some time. He said it with the quality of someone releasing something they had been carrying with a great deal of structural precision, carefully, so that setting it down did not cause anything else to fall. And now, Bastian said. Emrys looked at him, for another moment. Then he said, "And now," in the tone of a man completing a sentence rather than a question, and leaned forward and kissed him. It was not the first kiss that contained everything, because first kisses never did, because the weight of everything distributed unevenly, and some of it landed in the first kiss, and some of it came after, in the second and third, and the ones that followed. But contained a great deal. It contained the weeks of careful distance, and the 7 reasons, and the blank vellum, and the cloister garden, and the hand on the bench in the dark, and it contained the quality of Emrys's attention, which was in this context, as in every other context, complete, not the careful studied quality of someone performing attention, but the natural focus of a person who is genuinely and entirely present in the thing they are doing. Bastian put his hand against the side of Emrys's jaw, gently, as though asking a question and receiving it answered all at once. And Emrys made a small sound, brief and involuntary, the kind of sound that belonged to a person not accustomed to being touched well, and Bastian held it in his chest with a tenderness due to something breakable that had not broken. After that there was less talking and more. Afterward, in the particular quality of quiet that followed, Emrys lay on the bench in the choir loft with his head on Bastian's arm and his eyes at the vaulted ceiling above them, which he had looked at many times from below, but never from here, from horizontal. The angles were different. The shadows fell differently. He thought, in the vague and unstructured way his mind moved when it was not working on anything, that this was probably always true, that everything looked different from the position you had not yet occupied, and the only way to see it was to get there. Bastian was awake beside him. Not restless. He was not restless in the way that some people were, requiring motion or conversation to fill silence. He lay with the specific quality of a man who has found a place comfortable and is simply being in it. "I haven't felt safe," he said after a while. Not to Emrys in particular, in the tone of a man thinking aloud into the dark. "In a long time. Not in a place." Emrys turned his head to look at him. "Since Cian," Bastian said. "The last posting where I felt safe was the one where Cian was. And then he wasn't, and I have been," he paused. "I have been very warm in a lot of places and not safe in any of them." "Is this different?" Emrys said. Bastian looked at the ceiling. "Yes," he said. "It's strange. I keep waiting for the feeling to correct itself." Emrys looked at the ceiling too. The stone was very old, the kind of old that had stopped being impressive and become simply a condition, the way air was a condition. He thought, "I am here. I am present. I'm not in a margin." He thought, "This is also new. Don't wait for it to correct itself," he said. "No." Bastian said. "No." Emrys said. Bastian was quiet for a moment. Then he turned his head and looked at Emrys with a directness that still, after everything, had the quality of surprise, and he smiled, which was not the public smile, the warmth for room smile, but the smaller private thing that lived underneath it. Emrys looked at it and did not look away. He was nearly asleep. The particular warmth of the choir loft and the particular quality of Bastian's arm under his head combining into something that was, for him, almost medicinal, when he saw the light. In the corner of the loft, farthest from the candle, where the carved wood of the side wall met the low ceiling, a lamp burning. Small, steady, the particular orange gold of a wick well trimmed. He had not put it there. He was certain of this with the completeness of certainty he applied to his own actions, which he tracked with the same precision he tracked his materials. He had not brought a second candle. He had not lit a second candle, and the monastery did not have lamps that lit themselves. He looked at it. It did not flicker. It burned with a quality that was almost reassuring, if a lamp that had no explanation for being there could be called reassuring, which Emrys was not ready to fully claim. He thought, "You came back." He thought, "Are you here to watch or to warn?" The lamp burned. Bastian's breathing had shifted into the slower register of the nearly asleep. Outside the monastery, somewhere in the dark, the wind was doing the thing it did to the winter branches of the cloister garden, moving through the bare shapes of things stripped down to their essentials, rattling nothing because there was nothing left to rattle. Emrys watched the lamp for a while. Then he closed his eyes, and the lamp burned on behind his eyelids, warm and unexplained in there. And he thought, "I will be more careful. I will go to the library. I will find what there is to find." He thought, not tonight. He slept. Chapter 11. The False Summit. The monastery had settled around them like a man who has decided, after careful consideration, not to say anything. This was Emrys's reading of it, and he trusted his readings of rooms, even rooms as large and old and deliberately unreadable as Saint Anselm's. There was a quality to the weeks after the choir loft that was different from the weeks before it. Not the difference of something added, but of something resolved, a chord that had been held in suspension for long enough finally finding its note. The brothers moved through the hours with their customary precision. Lauds, prime, terce, the working hours, sext, none, vespers, compline. The rhythm, that was the point. And through it, Emrys and Bastian moved in the particular parallel they had developed, visible enough to be ordinary, close enough that the ordinary required a specific kind of not looking from the brothers who had made the institutional choice to not look. Abbot Seraphim was the most deliberate not-looker of all, which meant he was looking very carefully. Emrys had understood this about the abbot for some time. Seraphim was 61 years of accumulated institutional intelligence. He knew everything that happened in his monastery the way a musician knew his instrument, not because he actively investigated, but because the instrument communicated its own condition if you had been listening to it long enough. He had made, somewhere in the past weeks, a decision. Emrys could not have said precisely what the decision was, only that it had been made, and that its consequence was the particular quality of Seraphim's neutrality, which was now actively maintained in a way it had not been before, the neutrality of a man who has identified the thing that requires neutrality. It was not comfort. Emrys did not mistake it for comfort, but it was something, a space held open, which was not the same as permission and was not nothing. Brother Pell had stopped his most aggressive behaviors. This was notable. Pell at 22 was a creature of pressurized interiority, his discomfort with Bastian's existence in the monastery expressed in the ways available to someone who could not say the actual thing, a quality of studied absence at mealtimes, a precision in avoiding eye contact, an occasional sharpness in chapter that was aimed just slightly wrong at the air beside Bastian's head rather than Bastian himself. Bastian had handled all of this with a patience that Emrys had watched and found, privately, both admirable and occasionally exhausting, the patience of a man who understood the shape of Pell's difficulty from the inside and could not say so. The sharpness had not vanished, but it had diminished. Bastian had said something to Pell in private. Emrys did not know what, and whatever it was had produced not warmth. Warmth was too much to expect, possibly too much to want, but a kind of armed truce. Pell's performances of not knowing reduced to a frequency Bastian could manage without visible cost. Tav had watched all of this with the dry precision of a man cataloging things for later reference. He's doing better, Tav said one morning, meaning Pell, in the way he said things that were observations dressed as assessments. He's managing, Emrys said, which is what passes for better at 22 in an institution. Emrys thought about this. He thought about 22, which had not been a particularly managed year for him, and 19, which had been worse, and the sequence of years between those and now that had been managed with such thoroughness that the management had become indistinguishable from self. He thought about what Bastian had said in the choir loft. I have been very warm in a lot of places. He thought about how that was also a form of management. The management of a man who had learned which parts of himself were safe to show and had shown those with such completeness that the rest had nearly ceased to feel like an option. He thought, we are all of us managing something. He thought, the question is what you manage toward. The Book of Hours was in its final third now, which was the most demanding third. The hours of the passion that required a quality of attention to suffering rendered with precision, but not spectacle. The specifically difficult art of depicting grief without performing it. He worked on it in the mornings, in the particular silence of the scriptorium before the monastery was fully awake, and he worked on it in the late afternoons when a winter light came through the east windows at its low, interrogating angle, and he was aware, during both of these working hours, of something he had not been aware of before. He was not hiding. This was, he had concluded, the correct way to name the change the abbot had named differently. The Psalter had been made by a man hiding in the work. The Book of Hours was being made by a man who was simply in it. The difference was not dramatic, did not produce dramatic results. The work was more fully itself, which meant it asked more of him, which meant it required more to be present, which was a feedback loop he had not expected and was not entirely comfortable with, but which he was no longer trying to exit. He had started leaving the work where Bastian could see it, not displaying it, not presenting it, simply not concealing it the way he had concealed the psalter, the careful angles and covered surfaces that had been the visual grammar of a man who did not believe his work deserved to be seen by people he cared about. Now the manuscript lay where it lay, and if Bastian was in the scriptorium, which he was several times a week, in the not-quite invitation hours that had become simply the hours they shared the room, then Bastian could look, and occasionally did, with the quality of attention that was not evaluation, but something more like recognition. Bastian had left things for Emrys, too. Small things, placed with the particular care of a man who understood the grammar of not forcing. A notation sheet left on the secondary work table with a question written in the margin about a musical interval that Emrys had no expertise to answer, but which he had looked at and thought about, and then written his answer beneath, in ink, in the small, precise hand he used for annotations. A book from the library left with a ribbon marking a passage about pigment preparation that Bastian had come across and thought Emrys might want, which Emrys had read and found interesting and had not mentioned aloud, but had thanked him for in his own idiom by leaving the next notation sheet returned with 2 annotations instead of 1. This was Emrys understood, the specific grammar of being known by someone, the accumulation of small translations, each one a confirmation that the language was being learned. He found a page on a Wednesday. He had been restoring an older manuscript, a commission that had come through the abbot from a neighboring house whose own illuminator had left and whose library had several works in need of attention. It was not his most complex work, restoration rather than creation, the art of making yourself almost invisible inside someone else's choices, repairing without reimposing. He had been working through the volume methodically, page by page, checking the binding, the glare, the stability of the gilding, and he was 3/4 through when he turned a page and found something that was not part of the manuscript. A single leaf, folded once, tucked between the pages as though placed there by someone who knew where to put things so that they would be found by someone paying the right kind of attention. He unfolded it. The paper was older than the manuscript it had been inserted into, which was the first thing he noted. The kind of older that showed in the yellowing of the edges and the particular brittleness of the fold. It had been here for some time. The illustration on it was done in a hand he did not recognize, which was the second thing. Not a house style, not the insular tradition. Something more continental, a different school entirely, confident in its line work and doing. Something specific with the rendering of light on a round face. Warmth communicated through the direction of shadow rather than the brightness of the surface. The technique of someone who understood that light was defined by what it did not illuminate. A man, round face, expressive features, close-cropped curls rendered with a quick and specific shorthand that nonetheless caught them exactly, the particular spring of hair that needed only a few marks to establish itself. Eyes that the artist had spent more time on than anything else in the composition, dark and quick, full of a quality the artist had apparently been determined to get right even at small scale. Emrys knew this face. He sat with the page in his hands and did not move for a long time. He knew this face because he had been falling asleep beside it in the choir loft for the past 5 weeks. He knew the proportion of the jaw, the quality of the eyes, the way the warmth of the subject communicated itself through the precise observation of someone who had been watching with great attention for a long time. This was Bastian. This was Bastian as someone at Saint Anselm's had seen him, rendered in a hand Emrys had seen before, and it took him another moment to place where, because the context was wrong, the medium was different, but the confidence of the line, the particular way the artist handled negative space, the technique that was more practiced than it had any right to be in someone who had presumably not been trained as an illuminator. He had seen this hand in the portrait series in the library. He had seen this hand in the pages he had found, the quick figures in the garden, the shorthand studies that had the quality of a man practicing on paper what he could not express in the world. He turned the leaf over. The back was blank. He set it on the work table very carefully, with the care he gave to things that required steady hands, and he looked at it, and he thought about what it meant that Aldrich's hand had drawn Bastian's face, and when, and why it had been here in this manuscript, in this particular place between these particular pages. He thought, Aldrich has been watching Bastian since before I understood I needed to. He thought, the portrait series was Cian. The pages in the library were us. And this is Bastian, alone, rendered with an attention that is not casual. He thought, I need to go back to the library. Not today, tonight. He thought about the style, the rendering of light through shadow, the specific attention to the eyes, and he thought about what that quality of attention communicated about its source, and the thought was cold in a way that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. He covered the manuscript. He did not leave the found page in it. He folded it exactly as he had found it, and put it in the inner pocket of his habit, where it sat against his ribs for the rest of the afternoon with the particular weight of evidence that is also a warning, the weight of something that means more than it says. He worked until Vespers. He was very calm. He was calm with the specific quality of his calmness that was not peace, but its cousin, the stillness of a man who has taken in something large and is choosing to hold it with precision, because the alternative to precision was not helpful. At Vespers he stood in his pew, and he watched Bastian conduct, and he watched Aldrich sing, and Aldrich's face during the antiphons was exactly what it always was, controlled, precise, private. He was a good singer. He had always been a good singer. His baritone moved through the antiphon with the competence of long practice, his eyes forward, his expression the expression of a man in prayer, or a man performing prayer with sufficient quality that the distinction did not manifest on the surface. Emrys watched him for the length of the service. He thought, there you are. He thought, I have not been looking at you correctly. After Compline, he did not go to the choir loft. He told Bastian, quietly, in passing, that he had something to check in the library, which was true, and Bastian's eyes moved over his face with the attentiveness of a man who understood that Emrys's quietness had a texture to it, and that the current texture was different. Is it the matter? Bastian said. I don't know yet, Emrys said. I will tell you when I do. Bastian looked at him for a moment. All right, he said. The library at night was very dark. Emrys carried a candle and held it close, moving through the older part of the collection with the care of a man who knew that light and old manuscripts were in a complicated relationship, and that the complication required management. He found the shelf he wanted. He went through the works there with the methodical attention of a man conducting an inventory, which was what he was doing. He found the small, unbound work he had seen before, the quick garden figures, which were still there, which he looked at again with different eyes now, knowing the hand. He found two other items he had not opened before, small bound works that had the dust of things not recently consulted. He opened the first. More studies. Not Cian this time, or rather, not only Cian. A variety of subjects, rendered with the quick shorthand of a man who had trained himself by observation. A window, a hand, a pair of boots, a face in profile that might have been any brother. Practice work. The kind of work a person did when they had a talent they had nowhere to put and had been putting it somewhere private for a long time. He opened the second. Cian. A full page, not a study. Done with more care than anything else in the collection. The rendering of Cian's face in three-quarter profile, with an attention that was meticulous, and, in its meticulousness, exposed something about the artist. You did not spend this long on a face unless the face mattered to you in a way that required documentation. The quality of the eyes was the same quality Aldrich had brought to Bastian's eyes in the found leaf, an attempt to get them exactly right, as though the rightness of the eyes was the rightness of the person, and the person was the thing that could not be lost. He sat with this for a long time. He thought about Aldrich's voice saying, Father Cian had a somewhat different approach. He thought about the control of that voice, the specific quality of control that was not restraint but armor, the kind of person built over years of practice. He thought about the ledger entry, return to family. He thought about 2.5 years of overlap in these corridors. He thought, this man loved Cian. He thought, this man loved Cian, and Cian loved Bastian, and Bastian came here, and Aldrich looked at him with the attention a man gives to something that should not exist, or should not exist here, or should not exist in a way that he could see every day. He thought, I need to have. He closed the book. He put it back in its place. He carried the candle back through the dark library to the door, and the library received his departure with the patience of rooms that have been keeping things for a long time and have not reached their capacity. In the corridor outside, he stood for a moment. The monastery was quiet with the deep quiet of an institution that sleeps. Stone and dark, and the far candles of the passage lamps. Dim at this hour, enough light to navigate by if you knew where you were going. He knew where he was going. He had been going there, in one way or another, since the first extinguished candle in the east corridor, and what he had not known then was how much of the journey he would make in the company of someone who was, against all reasonable expectation, very good at being with him in the dark. He thought, I should have moved faster. He thought, I have enough now, or nearly enough. Enough to go to Tav. He thought, tomorrow. He went to his cell. He lay in the dark. Through the stone walls of the monastery, far away, the chapel candles burned on their vigil, and outside in the cloister garden the frost was doing its patient work on everything stripped down to its essentials, and the bare trees moved slightly in a wind too gentle to hear, only visible in the motion it made of their dark shapes against the winter sky. He put his hand flat against the stone wall beside his bed, which was a thing he sometimes did, not for warmth, the stone was never warm, but for the specific quality of its solidity, the fact of something that had been here longer than anything he could name and would be here after him. He thought, the wolf is not in the margin anymore. He thought, I need to be faster. Chapter 12. The shape of a watch thing. Bastian felt watch the way he felt a wrong note, before he could name it, in the body as a quality of wrongness that had no specific location but was real. He had been feeling it for 2 weeks before he admitted it was not the ordinary quality of being observed that came with his particular visibility. He was observed ordinarily. He had always been observed, being a large, warm, femme man in a room full of people who had not expected him was to be, inevitably, a kind of spectacle, and he had long since made his peace with spectacle by leaning into it sufficiently that it became his own. But this was different. This was a quality that did not feel like admiration or disapproval or the ordinary curiosity of men encountering something new in their enclosed life. This was a quality of attention that had intention in it. He noticed it first in the choir. Tuesday morning, the regular rehearsal, the brothers arranged in the loft in their habitual positions. He had been working them through a new setting of the Benedictus that he had been preparing for the coming season, not the standard Gregorian setting. Something more complex, continental piece he had been given at his previous posting and had been waiting for the right choir to try. He had looked up from the music stand to correct a tenor line, and he had found Aldrich's eyes already on him, not watching the notation, not watching his hands, watching his face with a quality of attention that had nothing to do with the music. The correction had been made. Aldrich had made it. The rehearsal had continued. And Bastian had filed the watching in the archive he kept of things that required returning to, the one that had held the empty music stand and the abbot's precise answer and the quality of the corridor outside his cell at odd hours. The corridor. That was the second thing. He was not, as a matter of personal disposition, a man who listened at doors or mapped the movements of his brothers. He moved through the monastery with the uncomplicated openness of someone who had decided, long ago, that performing innocence was less useful than simply being in the world without agenda. But he had a musician's ear, trained to register sounds in their specific relationship to space, and the monastery's acoustics were, as he had noticed on his first day in the courtyard, interesting. The east corridor carried sound in a particular way. You could hear footsteps from the far end before their source was visible, the stone and the angle conspiring to deliver sound ahead of its origin. He had heard footsteps outside his cell door on 3 separate nights. Not passing, stopping. The quality of sound that a body produced when it had ceased to move. Once he had waited until the footsteps began again, moving away, and then he had opened his cell door. The corridor had been empty. The lamp at the far end had been burning. There had been no one. He had not told Emrys. This was the choice he kept turning over, examining from different angles, and arriving at the same uncomfortable conclusion about. He had not told Emrys because telling Emrys would produce in Emrys a quality of focused attention that Emrys would then direct at himself, at Bastian, at the problem of Bastian's safety, and the cost of that attention, the weight it would add to what Emrys was already carrying, was not a cost Bastian was willing to impose without being more certain that it was necessary. He was aware that this was, in its own way, the thing he had always done. He had been managing the room, performing a contentment and a calm that were not precisely false. He was content, genuinely, in the new ways he had not been content in years, but were held with a deliberateness that Emrys had not been allowed to see. Because Bastian had looked at Emrys, at the specific quality of Emrys' carrying, and had thought, he is already doing everything he knows how to do. I will not add this until I must. This was, he understood, the habit of a man who had spent his adult life being the warm one, the one who held rooms, the one who managed the temperature of situations so that others could be in them without burning. He was not certain it was the right habit here. He was not certain it was the wrong one either. The note arrived on a Thursday. He had been in his cell in the late afternoon, working on the seasonal music, and he had not gone to supper the usual hour because the seasonal music was at a point that required completion before he could stop, and he had sent Brother Pell, who had been practicing a difficult solo passage in the choir and had finished before him, to fetch a portion from the refectory. Pell had gone and returned, and they had had a brief and not entirely comfortable exchange in which Bastian had thanked him with the specific warmth he kept reserved for Pell, the warmth that was genuine and also careful, and Pell had received it with his usual combination of wanting and not wanting, and had departed with the armed neutrality that passed, these days, for civility. He had eaten. He had finished the music. He had gone to Vespers. When he returned to his cell after Compline, it was under his door. A small piece of paper, folded once. No seal, no name on the outside. He picked it up with the same care he would have given a wrong note he could not yet locate. Unfolded it. The hand was neat, careful, the hand of a man who wrote with control. For words, you should have stayed. He stood in the doorway of his cell for a moment. Then he went inside and sat on the bed and held the note in both hands. And he looked at it with the careful attention of a man who is being very precise about what he is feeling so that he does not feel the wrong thing. He felt, in order, a flash of something animal, the body registering danger before the mind had processed it. Then, behind that, something colder and more considered, recognition. This confirmed something he had been not quite certain of, and the confirmation was not reassuring, but it was also not entirely surprising, and the not surprising quality of it was its self-information. He thought, the corridor. He thought, the choir. He thought, Emrys knows something. Emrys has been building something, quietly, in the specific way he builds things, methodically, in the dark, with the patience of a man who trusts his hands. Whatever he has found it, and now this. He thought, I have not been helping him by keeping things to myself. He folded the note. He put it in the notation satchel between two sheets of music where it would not be visible but where he could retrieve it. Then he sat for a moment in the dark of his cell, with the lamp making its small orange circle and the winter night doing its work outside the window, and he did what he did when things were genuinely frightening. He was very still, and he let the stillness be honest, and he did not perform calm for himself, which was a practice that required more effort than performing it for others, but which was, he had learned, the only kind that actually worked. He was afraid. He named it. He held it. He thought. Cian said something was troubling him. He thought. Cian was here in these corridors with this particular quality of watching, and he wrote that he didn't understand it yet, and then he stopped writing. He thought. I understand it. He thought. I have to tell Emrys. He did not go to the choir loft that night. He stayed in his cell, and he lay in the dark, and he thought about Cian with the quality of grief that had, over the past weeks, changed its character. The grief was still real. The loss was still real. But it had stopped being a closed thing, a grief for a choice that had been made, an ending that was sad, but was at least a choice, and had become something open, something with an edge that was new and sharp and had not been there before, the grief for an ending that had not been made by the person it ended. He thought. He did not leave. He thought. I told myself he left because I needed to believe it. I told myself he was well, and somewhere, and had decided against this life, and that was sad, but sad was bearable. And I was wrong, and I have been wrong for 5 years, and the wrongness has been living here in these walls, in this corridor, under this door. He did not sleep for a long time. When he did sleep, he dreamed of music, not the seasonal pieces, not the Benedictus or the antiphons, but something he could not identify in the dream, a piece he did not know, very simple, a single voice, and when he tried to follow the melody, he found it was moving away from him, not running, not frightened, just moving in the particular direction of something that had somewhere to be. He woke before lots. The lamp had burned out. The cell was dark and cold and entirely itself. He lay in the dark and thought, I will tell Emrys today. Everything. The corridor, the note, all of it. He thought, and then we go together. Emrys, meanwhile, had told Tav. Not everything. He had not told Tav about the lamp in the choir loft, or about the sequence of ghostly disturbances, because these were the elements of the situation least likely to land well with Tav's particular quality of plain-spoken pragmatism. He had told Tav the material facts, the ledger entry and its anomalies, the portrait series in the library, the found leaf with Bastian's face and Aldrich's hand, the pattern of overlap between Aldrich's residency and Cian's disappearance. Tav had listened without interrupting. When Emrys finished, Tav was quiet for a moment. Then he said, We need to tell the abbot. Not yet, Emrys said. Tav looked at him. You have a ledger with a false entry in it and a portrait series that is, at minimum, evidence of a fixation that preceded Cian's departure by the better part of 2 years. What are you waiting for? I need to know what happened, Emrys said. Not what probably happened. What happened? Emrys, if we go to the abbot with this, and the abbot is not convinced, Aldrich will know we are watching, and Aldrich will adjust what we can see, and we will have given up the only advantage we have, which is that he does not know how much I have found. Tav sat back. He thought about this in the visible way he thought about things, the quality of a man running an argument through its actual shape rather than its surface. You think he did something specific? I think the ledger entry is false, Emrys said. I think Cian did not return a family. I think something else happened, and I think the evidence of it is in this building somewhere, and I think Aldrich knows where it is and has had 4 years to ensure it is not findable. If I go to the abbot without something more definitive, it is his word against an illuminator who has been reading manuscripts in the wrong part of the library. Tav was quiet again. How long, he said. A week, Emrys said. Perhaps less. And in the meantime, Bastian is in the building with this man, Tav said, with a flatness that was not criticism, but was the plain statement of the thing Emrys already knew. Bastian is not alone, Emrys said. Aldrich knows I am aware of him. At minimum, he will not act while I am visible. You, Tav said, have been invisible for 7 years. Your visibility is a condition you're going to have to actively perform. I know, Emrys said. Tav looked at him for a long moment with the specific quality of his attention that was both an assessment and, somewhere underneath it, a worry. Be careful, he said. Everyone keeps telling me that, Emrys said. Everyone who knows you, Tav said, knows you have exactly one speed when you decide something is important, and it is fast and alone, and neither of those is appropriate here. Emrys did not answer this. He thought about it for the rest of the day, in a way he thought about things that had the quality of correct observations presented at a slight angle, carefully waiting for the angle to resolve. That evening, Bastian found him in the scriptorium. He came in with a quality of purposefulness that was different from his usual entering, the not-quite invitation manner he had developed over weeks. This was directed. He closed the door behind him, and he stood for a moment looking at Emrys with the face that was under the warmth, and Emrys put down the quill. There's something I haven't told you, Bastian said. Yes, Emrys said. He had known this for approximately 3 days, with the specific quality of knowing things about Bastian that he had not yet told him. The texture of concealment was different from the texture of absence, and Bastian was not a man who concealed things easily. The concealment showed, to someone paying the right quality of attention, in the slight additional brightness of his warmth, the warmth turned up by 1 degree, which was his tell for managing something. Bastian sat on the stool. He opened the notation satchel and took out the folded note and put it on the work table between them. Emrys unfolded it. He read it twice. Then he set it down and looked at it. There have been footsteps, Bastian said, in a corridor outside my cell. 3 nights. Stopping. I couldn't see who. Emrys looked at the note. You should have stayed. For words with the quality of a door being tried. When did this arrive? Thursday. Under the door while I was at Vespers. 2 days ago, Emrys said. Yes. Emrys looked up from the note and looked at Bastian, and Bastian met his eyes with the directness that was his true mode, the directness beneath the warmth, the face of a man who was not performing anything and had decided not to. I should have told you immediately, Bastian said. He stopped. He tried again. I have been in the habit of managing things alone, when they concern me, so that I don't add the weight to someone else. Emrys was quiet. He understood this in a way that had nothing to do with analysis. I know, he said. I'm telling you now, Bastian said. I know, Emrys said. He put his hand over Bastian's on the work table, which was a motion that had become part of his vocabulary in the past weeks, one he had not previously possessed. The gesture of contact is statement rather than question. I have things to tell you also. Things I found in the library. Bastian looked at him. His hands were still. Emrys told him about the found leaf. He told him about the second library visit, the bound studies, the full portrait of Cian with its specific quality of attention. He told him about the conversation with Tav, and Tav's position, and his own. He did not tell him about the ghost. Not yet. Not tonight, because the ghost was the part that required a different conversation, and tonight required its own clarity. Bastian listened with the quality of his listening that was not passive, that was enormous and present, and gave everything it heard a place to land. When Emrys finished, Bastian was quiet for a long time. He drew Cian, Bastian said, finally. For the whole of the time Cian was here. Longer, possibly, Emrys said. The studies predate the portrait. He was practicing. He was in love with him, Bastian said. Yes, Emrys said. And when Cian, he stopped. I believe so, Emrys said. I don't have enough to say with certainty. But the evidence points in a single direction. Bastian closed his eyes briefly. Then he opened them. Tav wants to go to the abbot. Yes. And you want to wait. I want certainty, Emrys said. We're closer to it. I want something that cannot be dismissed. And while we wait, Bastian said, very evenly, what does Aldrich do? Emrys looked at him. He watches, he said, which he has been doing. He will continue to watch. The note is a test, not a threat. He wants to see whether you are frightened enough to become visible in your fear, to do something that gives him information about how much you know. How do you know it's a test? Because if he had wanted to harm you directly, Emrys said, with a controlled flatness that was his version of honesty about something that cost him, he has had opportunity and has not used it. Bastian absorbed this. You've been thinking about this for a while, he said. Yes. And you didn't tell me. Emrys was quiet. He looked at the note on the work table. I was managing, he said, after a moment. Bastian looked at him with the specific quality of looking that was not reproach, but was very clear. We're the same person, Emrys said. You and I. When it comes to this. I know, Bastian said. He turned his hand under Emrys's and held it. His grip was warm and steady. What do we do? Tomorrow, Emrys said, I go back to the library. The oldest part of the collection. There is something there I haven't found yet. I can feel it. He paused. And you stay visible. Visible, Bastian said. Do what you do, Emrys said. Be warm. Be present. Be entirely yourself, which is the version of you he is watching, and give him nothing new to work with. And do not be alone. Not in the corridors at night, not in the choir, not anywhere that is not this room, or the refectory, or the chapel. Bastian looked at him for a moment. Then he nodded. Then he said quietly, the ghost has been back. Emrys went still. 3 times this week. Bastian said, I think it has been more urgent. Something changed. Yes, Emrys said. I know. He held Bastian's hand, and the scriptorium was dark around them except for the candles, and outside in the monastery's corridors the night was doing its usual work of silence and patience. And somewhere in the older part of the library, in a collection that had been keeping things for longer than anyone still alive could account for, the evidence that would name what had happened to Cian more sat in its place, waiting to be found by someone who was paying the right quality of attention. Emrys was paying it. He had been paying it for weeks. Tomorrow he would find what was there. Chapter 13. What Aldrich knows about keeping things. He had seen the ghost 4 times since Vespers on Sunday. This was the accounting Emrys kept in his interior archive alongside the other things. For appearances in 5 days, each one with the quality of escalation, not in menace but in urgency, the ghost of a man who had been trying for weeks to communicate something through a medium of limited fidelity and was running out of patience with the medium's limitations. The 4th appearance had happened that morning, in the scriptorium before Lauds, and it had been the clearest yet. Not the alcove this time. The ghost had been at the work table, standing where Emrys stood, and the quality of its presence had had something almost physical in it, a weight of attention so focused that Emrys had felt at the moment he came through the scriptorium door and had stopped and looked and found the figure there, looking back at him. The face was clearer than it had been before. Not fully clear, still that quality of peripheral vision brought to center, but enough. Round, open, dark eyes that communicated something very specific. It looked at him, and then it looked at the book of hours on the work table, open to the page he had been working on yesterday, and then back at him with the expression of a man who has been saying the same thing in a language that keeps arriving wrong and is trying a new syntax. He said aloud, quietly, in the empty scriptorium, to the presence that had no body for the words to reach, "I know." The figure looked at him for another moment. Then it was gone. He stood in the empty scriptorium for a while. He thought, the book is the location. Something is in the book. Not this book, not the book of hours, but in the manuscripts, in the place where the manuscripts are kept. He had searched the old collection. He had found the portrait series, the bound studies. He had not found the thing that would close the argument. He thought, I have been looking in the library. The ghost was here, in the scriptorium, in the alcove. He thought, I looked in the alcove and found Cian's psalter. He went to the alcove. He found Cian's psalter in its place, exactly as he had left it. He removed it and opened it with more care this time, page by page, checking not the colophon but the physical object, the binding, the folded quires, the back pasteboard. There in the spine of the binding, between the last quire and the backboard, folded into a width so narrow it was invisible unless you were looking for it, a letter. He extracted it with the tools he used for manuscript repair, the small bone folder and the lifting knife, working with the precision the situation required. The paper was the same age as the psalter. The letter had been in the binding long enough to take its shape. He unfolded it at the work table. His hands were steady. He made them steady. It was written in Irish first, which he had enough Latin and context to partially parse, and then beneath it, in the same hand but in Latin, as though the writer had decided that Irish would be insufficient or was translating for a reader who might come after. I'm setting this down because I believe someone may need to know what I know, and I will not be able to say it in any other way. I am afraid that I will not be given the opportunity to say it otherwise. If you are reading this, it has been some time since I placed it here, and I ask that you treat what you find with the seriousness of a witness account, which is what it is. Brother Aldrich Voss came to me 6 months after my arrival here. What he communicated to me, not in explicit statement, which a man of his particular formation would never commit to, but in the accumulation of attention over time, in the nature and quality of his interest, was not ambiguous to me, though I understand it might have been to another. I had been loved before I came here. I knew what a man's attention looked like when it had become something other than friendship. I knew, also, having studied my own capacity for harm and having found more than I liked, the shape of a possessiveness that had not yet named itself. I did not know what to do. I was afraid of what would happen if I named it. I decided to believe I was misreading. I continued to misread it deliberately for a year and a half. His escalation, when it began, was not dramatic. He removed correspondence. Not destroyed. I do not believe he destroyed it. He intercepted letters from Bastian, which I had begun to expect and which did not arrive. I did not understand at first, and then I understood, and when I confronted him, which I did in private, as quietly as I could, he neither confirmed nor denied, and what came into his face was something I will not easily forget. Not guilt, not anger, but something contained and specific, a quality of assessment, as though what mattered to him was not what I had said, but what my saying it meant about what I intended to do. I intended to go to the abbot. I understand that I should have done so immediately. I understand that my reasons for not doing so the enclosed life, the difficulty of naming such a thing, the fear of not being believed, were not adequate, and I would not have considered them adequate in another man's accounting of his choices. They were mine, and I made them, and here is the record of them. I went to the abbot on a Thursday morning, 3 weeks before the date recorded in the ledger as my departure. I told him what I have set down here. The abbot at that time was not Seraphim. His predecessor was a man of different disposition, and what he told me was this, that the situation would be managed, that I should return to my duties, that nothing further would be required of me. I was transferred 2 weeks later, not to my family, to a house in the north, which I was told was temporary, and from which I would be permitted to write to Bastian in due course. I have been here 8 months now, with no correspondence allowed in or out, and I am placing this letter in the only place I can think of where it might survive me, which is the psalter I brought from my previous posting, and which is the thing I will leave here if I leave here, because I have no confidence any longer that I will. If Bastian is at Saint Anselm's when this is found, tell him I did not choose to leave. Tell him the other things, if there are other things to tell. Tell him whatever there is. Tell him I was not afraid at the end. That is not accurate. Tell him I was afraid, and I thought of him, and it helped. Key and more. Emrys sat with the letter for a long time. He read it twice. He read it a third time because the precision of the thing required it. Every word placed with the care of a man who understood he might have only one chance to be understood, which was a quality of writing he recognized, which was what he did himself in every margin. He thought, so he did know. He went to the previous abbot, and the previous abbot managed it. And managing it meant removing Cian. And what happened to Cian in the north, in the house he was transferred to with no correspondence and no record in the ledger, was something that had not been written down in any ledger Emrys had access to. He thought Cian did not survive. He did not know this with certainty. He held the uncertainty carefully, the way he held uncertain evidence, without rushing it toward a conclusion he could not yet fully support. But the weight of the letter's ending, the quality of a man writing as though he did not expect to write again, the specific care of it, the translation into Latin for a future reader who might not know Irish. This was not the letter of a man who expected things to improve. He thought, the ghost is here. The ghost appeared when Bastian arrived, and not before. The ghost led me to the scriptorium. The ghost led me to the psalter. The ghost knew where this was. He thought, of course he knew. He put it there. He thought, very quietly, without permitting himself to feel it fully yet, because the situation did not currently have room for what it would feel like when he permitted it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it was like that. I'm sorry no one found this sooner. He covered the psalter. He put the letter inside the front cover, folded, returned it as carefully as he had extracted it. He stood up. He went to find Tav. He told Tav everything. The ghost. The letter. All of it. He sat across from Tav in Tav's cell, which was the most straightforwardly inhabitable space in the monastery, spare and organized, and containing nothing that Tav had not selected with deliberate purpose. And he spoke for a long time, and Tav listened, and when he finished, Tav sat for a moment with his hands flat on his knees, and his face doing the thing it did when he was thinking rather than responding. Then he said, "We go to the abbot today." "Yes," Emrys said. Tav looked at him. "Not tomorrow. Not in the morning after prime. Today." "Yes." "What changed?" Emrys thought about the note under Bastian's door. He thought about the footsteps in the corridor. He thought about the letter's ending and the specific quality of a man writing without the expectation of rescue, and the 4 ghost appearances in 5 days, each one more urgent than the last. "He knows I'm watching," Emrys said. "He may not know how much I've found, but he knows I'm watching," and the note was a test of Bastian's response, which means he is moving. I don't know his timeline. I do not want to find out what his timeline is by waiting to discover it. Tav nodded once. This was his agreement gesture, the most efficient form it took. "In the letter," he said. "Yes," Emrys said. "In the letter." They went to the abbot at the hour between sext and none, which was the time when Seraphim was most reliably in his study rather than in the chapter room or the administrative wing. Emrys carried the psalter. He had debated whether to bring it. The letter was evidence, and evidence removed from its context was evidence that could be questioned, its provenance disputed by a man whose primary defense would be to dispute everything that could be disputed. But the letter left in the binding was evidence the abbot could see in place, in the context of the manuscript that had preserved it, in the hand of the man who had written it, with its specific qualities of age and care and deliberate placement that could not be fabricated. He brought it. He knocked. The abbot said, "Enter," with the voice of a man who was expecting a document review and had not prepared for what walked through his door. Seraphim looked at them both. His face performed nothing. This was, Emrys had learned, what the abbot's face did when it was processing something that required concealment of its processing. It became very neutral, which was different from its ordinary measure quality, and the neutrality was itself a signal. "Brother Emrys," Seraphim said. "Brother Tav." "Father Abbot," Emrys said. He crossed the study to the abbot's desk and set the psalter on it, open to the spine where the letter was placed. He said, clearly and without preamble, "I need to tell you what I have found." He told him. He did not begin with the ghost. He began with the ledger, which was where the evidence began, and he moved through it in the order of its discovery, methodically, the way he moved through a manuscript restoration, finding the damage first, then its source, then the sequence of causes, the ledger and its anomalies, the portrait series in the library, the found leaf with Bastian's face, the note delivered under the door, which Bastian had authorized him to mention, the letter. The abbot read the letter. He read it for a long time. His face was doing the very neutral thing, and then, partway through, it stopped doing that, and what came into it was something Emrys had not expected, not surprise. Not the look of a man encountering new information. Something older than that. Something that had the quality of a thing that has been waiting for a long time for someone to bring it into the room. When the abbot set the letter down, he was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "My predecessor's management of this situation was not one I was permitted to review when I assumed the role. I was given the ledger and told the matter was closed." He paused. "I was not entirely convinced." Emrys looked at him. "I have been watching Brother Aldrich for some time," Seraphim said, with the specificity of a man making a confession, "and I have seen enough to know that something in his history here is not as recorded. I did not have evidence. I had only the quality of his silences, which are very controlled silences, and a ledger entry I could not query without access to the correspondence archive, which I have not yet been able to authorize myself to access." He stopped. He looked at the psalter. "Thank you," he said, to both of them, which was not something the abbot said in the ordinary course of events, and which landed with the weight of words that were meaning more than their surface. "What will you do?" Tav said. "Tonight," Seraphim said, "I will review the correspondence archive. In the morning, I will speak with Brother Aldrich." He looked at Emrys. "I need you to tell me where the portrait series is." "The library," Emrys said. "The old collection. Third shelf, third section. A small bound work with no title on the spine, and beside it 2 smaller unbound items in a light leather cover." Seraphim nodded. "Brother Bastian," he said. "He is in the choir loft," Emrys said. "Keep him in company this evening," Seraphim said, "or bring him to the common rooms. Not alone in the corridors." "Yes," Emrys said. He rose. Tav rose. At the door, Emrys paused because something in the quality of the abbot's stillness required him to turn and look at the man behind the desk with his hand flat on the letter of a dead man and his face doing what it was doing. "Father Abbot," he said. Seraphim looked at him. "He left it in the psalter so it would be preserved," Emrys said. "He understood what things that are made carefully are worth." The abbot looked at the letter, then back at Emrys. "Yes," he said, "I believe he did." Emrys went to find Bastian. The corridor outside the abbot's study was cold and very ordinary, stone and winter shadow, and the distant sound of the wind against the cloister windows, and he walked through it with the quality of his walking that was not fast, was not slow, was simply moving with the precision of a man who knows where he is going and intends to arrive. That evening, Bastian did not go back to the choir loft alone. He was not told why. Not yet, Emrys told him in the quiet words that were their current idiom. "Tonight we are not alone," and Bastian heard the weight in it and did not push, only nodded and stayed in Emrys' vicinity and was impressively, warm about it. Warm in the way that was his truest self rather than his performed self, which meant the warmth was quiet and did not fill rooms, only the particular space between them. They ate in a refectory at the correct hour. They attended Compline. They were present and visible and ordinary. Aldrich was in his habitual place at supper, eating with the measured precision of a man who did everything measuredly and precisely. His face was controlled. His eyes moved through the refectory in its usual pattern. When they moved to Emrys, Emrys met them steadily with the quality of his gaze that he used for manuscripts, direct, attentive, and very calm. Aldrich looked away first. After Compline, Emrys walked Bastian to the door of his cell and said, at the door, "Lock it tonight, from the inside, and tell me if you hear anything in the corridor." "Emrys," Bastian said, "not alarm. Something that required a different word. The sound of a man who is holding something difficult with both hands and does not intend to drop it. Tell me." Emrys looked at him. He thought about the letter in the Psalter and the hand that had translated it into Latin and for a future reader and the specific quality of care in that translation. He thought about Bastian in the infirmary study in his cell with his hands in his lap and his face in the expression of genuine fear. "Tomorrow," he said, "I will tell you all of it tomorrow. Tonight, I need you to be safe, and let me be sure you are safe." Bastian looked at him for a moment. Then he put his hand against Emrys' jaw, briefly, with the same gentleness Emrys had used when he removed the ink, a touch that asked nothing except to be received, and then he dropped his hand. "All right," he said. He went inside. The bolt slid home with a quality that Emrys could hear through the door. Emrys stood in the corridor for a moment. Then he went back to the scriptorium, and he sat at the work table, and he looked at the Book of Hours, which was in its final pages now, the Compline Hours, the night office, the prayers of completion, and he picked up his quill, and he worked until the candles burned low, and the monastery slept around him, and from somewhere in the ghost places of Saint Anselm's walls, he thought he could feel, not here, the quality of something that had been waiting for a very long time, and was at last beginning to release its hold. Tomorrow, he thought, tomorrow it becomes visible. He worked. Chapter 14. The knife finds the right address. The abbot's conversation with Aldrich happened at the hour after prime and lasted. Emrys was told by Tav, who was told by the prior who had been summoned as witness, approximately 30 minutes. At the end of it, the prior had been sent to retrieve the correspondence archive from the administrative records room, which required a key that had not been used in 4 years. The archive contained, in the file marked with Kian's name, a sequence of letters that had been held from delivery. The count was 14. Bastian had sent 14 letters in 18 months, and none of them had arrived. This Emrys knew by noon. What he did not know, at noon, was where Aldrich was. He had left the abbot's study. He had not been in the refectory at the midday meal. He had not been in his cell when the prior went to summon him back. He had not been in the chapel, or the cloister walk, or the library, or the correspondence room. The monastery was not large. It did not have a great many places to not be. But it was old, and old buildings had the quality of old things. They had been through enough iterations of themselves that their surfaces did not always match their depths, and a man who had been in one for 12 years would know things about its depths that a man who had been paying attention for 7 would not. Emrys went to find Bastian. He was not in the choir loft. He was not in his cell. He was not in the scriptorium. Emrys checked the scriptorium with the specific anxiety of a man checking a place he knows contains something valuable and not finding it there. He stood in the scriptorium doorway and thought, very deliberately, about the last time he had seen Bastian. After sext, in a corridor outside the refectory. They had exchanged the brief words of the midday hour. Emrys had been going to the administrative wing to speak with Tav. Bastian had been heading back to the choir loft for the afternoon's work. They had parted at the corridor junction. That was the last time. He checked the choir loft. He checked the common rooms. He checked the infirmary, which had an elderly brother in it who had not seen anyone all morning, and said so with the blameless confidence of a man whose world had contracted to a single room. He stood in the cloister walk and looked at the garden, which was empty. The cloister garden. He had not checked the cloister garden. He was moving before the thought was fully formed. The garden at this hour in winter was the color of old stone and the color of bare branches and the color of a light that reached it over the cloister walls, low and diffuse and doing very little for warmth or visibility. He came through the south door and he saw them. Bastian, at the far end of the garden, near the wall, with the lantern he had brought from somewhere, its light unnecessary in the afternoon but present. Bastian had gone for a walk. He had gone for a walk because Bastian, in states of internal turbulence, moved. He was a man whose body required motion when his mind required stillness. And he had gone for a walk in a cloister garden because the cloister garden was enclosed and bounded and apparently safe. And Aldrich was there. Emrys saw this the way he saw things that required immediate assessment, all at once, as a totality, before any single element had been separately processed. He saw Aldrich's hand beneath the folds of his habit. He saw the particular quality of Aldrich's stillness, which was the stillness of a man who has arrived at a decision after a very long time of not arriving and has nothing left to hold him back. He saw where Aldrich's eyes had gone. They had gone to Bastian, not to Emrys. Never to Emrys, because Emrys had always been very good at not being looked at, and the habit of 7 years had placed him precisely at the edge of Aldrich's vision, in the shadow of the south door, in the angle that did not register. He saw Bastian's face, open, warm, entirely himself, the lantern held at his side, his expression the expression of a man who had just heard something unexpected and was still processing it, who had no idea, not yet, what the quality of the processing required. Emrys moved. He crossed the garden in a way he would not have been able to describe afterward, because he was not attending to the crossing, he was attending to the calculation. Bastian's position, Aldrich's position, the trajectory of a hand that was moving under a habit in the specific way a hand moved when it was reaching for something. And the only relevant question was whether Emrys' speed was adequate to change the geometry. He heard Bastian say something, a question, in the warm, level voice that did not yet understand that it was asking the wrong question. He heard Aldrich say nothing, which was the answer. He threw himself between them. The knife was small. He understood this immediately, in the way you understood things your body registered before your mind did. Small blade, not meant for the injury of a man, but for the suggestion of it, a thing meant to frighten rather than to wound, except that the man holding it had moved past the intention of frightening, and Emrys was in the way, and the blade caught his left forearm at the point of arrival, a line of fire, not deep, the scratch of a thing that had found flesh at the wrong angle and left its mark. He did not make a sound. Bastian made a sound. It was not a sound Emrys had heard from him before. It was not the public warmth, or the private warmth, or the laugh, or the voice that conducted even in casual conversation. It was something underneath all of those, the sound of a person stripped to an animal register by a thing they had not prepared for, and it was, in its rawness, the most frightening thing in the garden, more frightening than the knife, more frightening than the blood that was beginning, slowly, to appear along the line on his forearm. The lantern hit the flagstones. The glass did not break. The flames swayed wildly, but held. Aldrich stopped. The knife was still in his hand. His hand was still. His whole body had gone to the stillness that was the other side of decision, the stillness of a man who has crossed a line and found the crossing has not produced the thing it was supposed to produce, who has arrived somewhere and finds it is not where he intended. What happened to Aldrich's face was not the thing Emrys had expected. He had expected guilt or defiance, or the controlled precision that was Aldrich's surface self. What came apart in Aldrich's face was not any of those things. It was something older and more exhausted, the quality of a man who has been carrying something for a very long time and has finally reached the end of the carrying, and the reaching of the end is not relief, but it is also not unbearable, because the thing has been so heavy for so long that setting it down, even this way, even badly, is at least the end of the weight. The knife clattered on the flagstones. Aldrich stood and shook and did not move. His face was doing what it had never done in Emrys' experience of it, which was that it was not doing anything at all, not performing control, not maintaining its careful surface. It was simply a man's face, old and tired, and holding something that was grief in some form, though the form it had taken was broken. Bastian's hands found Emrys' arm. They were shaking. "Emrys," he said, with a quality in his voice that Emrys had never heard there before and could not name, and thought, I would prefer not to hear that quality again, which was an absurd thought to have while bleeding in a monastery garden, but it arrived with the precision of things that were simply true. I'm all right, Emrys said. He was not fully all right. He was bleeding on the flagstones of the cloister garden, and his arm was producing a pain that had the character of something real, not deep but insistent, a line of fire that was not done making itself known. The arm. I see the arm, Bastian said. Pressure, Emrys said. Don't let go. Bastian's hands closed around his arm above the wound, which was practical and which Bastian managed with the steadiness of a man performing a practical function while feeling impractical things. And Emrys looked at him and thought, with the specific clarity that arrives in moments of sufficient reality, you are here. You are whole. You are here and you are whole, and that is the thing that matters. He said with his eyes, because his voice was occupied with being calm, breathe. Just breathe. Bastian breathed. Aldrich had not moved. He was standing in the middle of the garden with his hands at his sides, and his face in the expression of a man who is not going anywhere, who has nowhere left to go, who is done. Emrys looked at him. He thought, here is the truest version of this man, and it is not what I expected, which was villainy. It is this, a man who loved something in the only way he knew how, which was badly, which was with a possessiveness that had no language except violence, who could make beautiful things and could not be beautiful in the world, who had watched Cian love Bastian and had decided that if he could not have what Cian had been given, then he would ensure it could not be given. He thought, this is what happens when love has nowhere to go. He thought, I almost did this to myself. The door to the garden from the east wing opened, and Tav came through it at a pace that communicated he had been looking, had been informed, was now present. He took in the garden, Emrys, Bastian, the blood, the knife on the flagstones, Aldrich motionless in the center, with the specific swiftness of a man who had a great many years of training in the assessment of crises and was now deploying it. I'll get the abbot, he said. Yes, Emrys said. Tav went. The garden was very quiet. Bastian was still holding Emrys' arm, both hands, the pressure steady and right. His face was doing several things at once. Emrys watched him do them and thought, say something. He does better with something to do. Talk to me, Emrys said. I am talking to you, Bastian said. I'm extensively talking to you internally. My external version is having a little difficulty. That's all right, Emrys said. You're bleeding. I know. You are remarkably calm, Bastian said, with a quality of feeling in his voice that was not accusation, was something more like, I cannot decide whether I find this comforting or infuriating. I'm very calm on the outside, Emrys said. The inside is a different matter. Bastian made a sound, very brief, that was not a laugh, but was its neighbor, the involuntary response of a man finding something accurate at the wrong moment. Aldrich had sat down on the edge of the fountain, which was dry. He put his face in his hands. He stayed like that. The abbot came with two brothers and a quality of authority that was not performative. It was the authority of a man who has been running an institution for 20 years and knows precisely what he is looking at when he looks at a situation and what it requires of him. He took in the garden in one sweep. He spoke to the brothers. He crossed to Emrys and Bastian with the particular quality of Seraphin's movements, which were never rushed and were never slow, always precisely timed. He looked at the arm. He looked at Bastian's face. He looked at Emrys' face, which Emrys did not adjust for him. The infirmary, Seraphin said. Brother Bastian, if you would. Yes, Bastian said. He did not remove his hands from Emrys' arm. We go together. The abbot did not dispute this. He turned to Aldrich at the fountain, and what passed over his face was too complex to name and too brief to fully read, a quality of grief and anger, and the exhausted recognition of a man who has been waiting to arrive at this moment, and has arrived, and finds it exactly as bad as anticipated. He said to Aldrich very quietly, Come. Aldrich came. They moved toward the east wing, and the garden was left to its cold and its bare beds, and its empty fountain and the lantern that was still burning on the flagstones, its flames somehow still holding in the still cold air, small and orange, and entirely indifferent to what had happened around it. In the cloister walk, As they moved toward the infirmary, Emrys glanced back. At the far end of the garden, at the corner near the south wall, in the angle where the afternoon shadows were deepest, a presence. Not threatening. The quality of something that had watched what it needed to watch and was in the process of understanding that its watching was done. He thought you saw it. He thought you were here. He thought, thank you. He turned back to the corridor. Bastian's hands were still on his arm. The infirmary was at the end of the east wing, 2 turns away, and the infirmary brother would have clean linen and tinctures and the particular competent briskness of a man who had been dealing with the minor physical catastrophes of enclosed life for 30 years and would not, Emrys was fairly confident, find a knife wound entirely outside his experience. He thought, this is over. He thought, or it is beginning to be over, which is the same thing and not the same thing. He walked. Chapter 15, Inventory. The infirmary at night had a quality that was different from the infirmary in the day. Bastian had not previously had occasion to notice this. He had visited the infirmary twice, once in his first week, to introduce himself to the infirmary brother, whose name was Brother Finn, and who had regarded Bastian with the mild suspicion of a man who finds excessive warmth in medical settings to be a pre-symptom of something. The second time was to bring a tincture to Father Prior's bad knee, which he had done at Finn's request on a morning when Finn was occupied. Neither visit had required him to be in the infirmary after dark. The quality of the infirmary at night was quiet that was not peaceful. The quiet of a room designed for watching, for attending to things that could not be left unattended, for sitting with something while it moved through its process. The candles were lower than in the day and positioned differently, angled for practicality rather than illumination. The smell was the same, the mineral sharpness of Finn's tinctures, the clean linen, the particular quality of a room where people have been unwell and have been tended. But at night, it was more present, more total, the smell of the room rather than an element of it. Emrys' arm had been dressed in a time Bastian had not been able to track precisely, because the tracking had been impaired by what was happening in his chest. The wound was not deep. Finn had said this 3 times, in the way of a man who understood that the information needed repeating not because the listener was failing to process it, but because the processing was slower than usual. Not deep. A clean line. Needed cleaning, needed wrapping, needed 2 days of careful management, and then it would be a scar, which was the kind of mark that healed cleanly if left alone. Bastian had sat in the chair beside the infirmary bed and watched Finn work and had held something in his chest that did not have a name, or that had several names, and he was not ready to look at them directly. Finn had applied a tincture that he said would help with the pain, which Emrys accepted without comment, and which Bastian suspected was doing something to the usually precise quality of Emrys' consciousness, because Emrys had been talking with a degree of unguardedness that was not characteristic of Emrys' talking. Finn had gone to check on Father Prior, with the tactful economy of an experienced infirmary brother who understood when he was required and when he was not. Now it was just them. The infirmary with its night candles. Emrys' arm wrapped in clean linen, elevated on a folded blanket. The tincture doing its work. Outside the narrow infirmary window, the cloister garden was dark, the lantern long since extinguished, the flagstones empty. Bastian sat with his hands in his lap, and he thought about Cian. He had been thinking about Cian since Emrys told him, in the corridor with his voice very level and his arm freshly wrapped. The letter. He had given Bastian the contents of the letter with the care of someone handing over something they knew had weight, naming the facts in order, the intercept of the correspondence, Cian's attempt to report to the previous abbot, the transfer north, the no correspondence allowed, the final line. Tell him the other things, if there are other things to tell. There were other things to tell. He sat with that. He had believed, for 5 years, that Cian had left. He had built the belief carefully, with the materials available to him, because the materials available to him were the letter from the previous abbot, the silence that followed, and his own capacity for deciding what was bearable. He had decided that an ending that was chosen was bearable. Sad, real, a grief he was not done with, and probably never would be entirely done with, but bearable. He had been carrying the bearable grief for 5 years, Warm over it in the way he was warm over everything that needed warmth to survive. And the grief was not what he had believed it was. And Cian had not chosen. And the warmth he had turned up in the years since, the specific extra degree, the brightness held higher than it needed to be, the constant performance of safety for every room he occupied, had not been protecting anyone. Had not protected Cian. Could not have. He had believed, without fully naming it as a belief, that if he was warm enough, visible enough, performing his survival so completely that it seemed effortless, then the people near him would be safe, because how could anything bad happen to someone so thoroughly, demonstrably fine? He had believed this with the conviction of a man who had constructed a survival strategy so long ago that it had ceased to feel like a strategy and had become, simply, the shape of him. The shape was wrong. He sat with this in the infirmary at night, with his hands in his lap and the candles burning low, and he thought, Cian was not safe because Bastian loved him. Cian was not protected by Bastian's warmth. Cian was killed. There was the word. He was holding the word. He had been holding it at arm's length, and now it was here, in his hands, heavy and specific and real, because someone else decided that love was something you could own or prevent or end. And the thing that had happened to Cian had not happened because of Bastian's visibility. It had happened because Aldrich had decided it would. He pressed his hands flat on his knees to stop them doing the thing they were doing, which was conducting the small movements that meant he was somewhere else, and his hands were managing the distance, and he breathed, and he thought, stop and be here, in this room, in this specific, actual night. Emrys said from the infirmary bed, with the slightly unguarded quality of the tincture, you've been very quiet. I've been thinking, Bastian said. About? Bastian looked at him. Emrys was lying with his head back against the pillow, his arm elevated, his gray-green eyes at the ceiling with the quality they had when something had arrived that he was turning over carefully. The tincture had not made him less precise, Bastian thought. It had made him less guarded about the precision, which was its own kind of window. Cian, Bastian said. Emrys turned his head to look at him. I thought he left, Bastian said. I told myself the story of a man who left, and I believed it, and I made it bearable by deciding he had chosen it. By deciding it was not his loss but mine. That I had lost him rather than that he was gone. He stopped, looked at his hands. It's different. Yes, Emrys said. He didn't have a choice. No. In my being visible, warm, performing safety, none of that did anything. It didn't protect him. He said this with the flatness of a man who was being precise rather than dramatic, because what the situation required was precision, not drama. Emrys was quiet for a moment. Then he said, with a roughness in his voice that was partly the tincture and partly, Bastian thought, something else. You didn't survive this because you were warm enough. You survived because you were loved. There's a difference. Bastian looked at him. He was loved, Emrys continued. He was still looking at the ceiling. Cian, he was loved by you, and that was real, and it didn't save him. And that will always be the terrible thing about it. But you being bright enough, warm enough, performing hard enough, that was never the mechanism. Someone else's hatred was the mechanism. Those are different things. Bastian was quiet. You've been performing yourself, Emrys said, at a volume intended to drown out something that was never going to be drowned out by performance. The volume doesn't. It doesn't reach the thing. It only exhausts you. Bastian looked at him for a long moment. Is that what you've been doing? He said. All this time? Performing your way out of being loved. In the corner of the room, where the infirmary brother was theoretically within earshot, nothing moved. Emrys looked at the ceiling. Yes, he said. He said it with the quality of man putting down something heavy, not with relief. Relief would have been too simple, but with the honesty that comes when a thing has been named and the naming makes it impossible to pretend otherwise. Bastian did not speak for a moment. He thought about 19. He had not known about 19 until tonight, when Emrys had talked in the way people talked when the usual editing mechanism was running below its normal capacity, talking about a person he had loved and what had happened to that person, and what had happened to Emrys in the years after, the shrinking, the invisibility as penance. He thought, we are the same wound, differently shaped. One of us went invisible, and one of us went bright, and both of us have been doing it for the same reason. If I make myself the right shape, nothing terrible will happen. And the shape was wrong. The shape has always been wrong. He reached over and took Emrys' right hand. Not the injured arm. The other one. The one with the ink that never fully went away, the blue-black stain of the pigments worked into the whorls of his fingers. He held it. That was all. He did not say anything because there was nothing to say that was not already in the holding, and both of them knew it. And both of them stayed in the quiet of the infirmary with the candles burning low and the knowledge of what the night had contained settling around them like the cold that came in through old stone. Not pleasant, but real, but theirs but here. After a while, Emrys' breathing shifted, the tincture doing what tinctures did, and his eyes closed with the quality of someone who has been very alert for a very long time and has finally been given permission to stop. Bastian sat beside him, still holding his hand, and he thought. He thought about Cian, not the grief of him now, but the actual person, the dry humor, the way he had looked at Bastian in the quiet of their shared evenings with the expression of a man who found what he saw satisfactory without needing to announce it. The way he had argued about permanence, about manuscripts versus music, with the stubbornness of someone who had genuine opinions about permanence and was not interested in deferring them. He had been funny and particular and very specific about what he wanted, and what he had wanted, in the end, was for Bastian to be loved. That much, at least, had happened. That much had not been prevented. He thought about the quality of what was in his chest, which was not only grief. Grief was there, real and specific, the grief for the ending that had not been chosen and for the years of believing the wrong story. But also something else, something that had arrived with Emrys' hand in his, and the specific quality of Emrys' honesty, which was not comfortable and was not designed to be comfortable, was designed to be true. He thought, I've been performing warmth for rooms for a very long time. And the first person who looked at me in this building without needing me to perform anything was this person here, whose hand I am holding. He thought, I have let him hold me too. I have let him see the warmth when it's not performing. I've been in this building with this person, something close to unguarded, and it has not been terrible. It has been, in fact, the opposite of terrible. He thought, Cian wanted this for me. He thought, I know this without knowing how I know it. With the same certainty, I know music when it is doing what it's supposed to do. Outside the window, something began to happen to the air. Snow. The first snow of the winter, beginning with a particular quiet of new snow, which was not silence, but the quality of sound that absorbed into white rather than reflecting off stone, a different relationship between sound and surface that produced a stillness, which was not the absence of movement, but its transformation. Bastian watched it through. The narrow window, small flakes, tentative, the opening gesture of a thing that had not yet committed to its full extent. The cloister garden below would be receiving it. The bare beds and the still fountain and the flagstones where the lantern had burned and the blood had been, all of it becoming gradually indistinct under the specific democracy of snow, which covered everything equally. He thought about the note. You should have stayed. He thought about the 14 letters in the archive. He thought about Aldrich in the garden, and what had come apart in his face, and the specific quality of that coming apart, which had not been villainy. He did not know what to do with that yet. He thought, there will be time to sit with that. Not tonight. Tonight there was this. His hand, Emrys' hand, the snow at the window, the infirmary with its candles burning into their final hours, and the particular quality of the air in a room where something very bad has happened and the worst of it is over, which was not peace, was not restoration, but was a kind of ground from which both of those things became, eventually, possible. He was still afraid. He named this, held it. He was also, underneath the fear and the grief and the complicated heavy accounting of the night, something else. Something small and quiet and entirely real, the way the smallest sounds in a choir were real, the sounds that required silence to hear, and which, once heard, changed the quality of everything around them. He thought, I'm not alone with this. He thought, I have not been alone with this for some time. He thought, that is new, and it is good, and I'm going to be careful to keep it. Emrys slept. His face in sleep had the quality of all his still moments. Not blank, not absent, present in the specific way of a person whose inner life continued even when the outer life was managing itself. The ink on his fingers rested against Bastian's palm. The infirmary candles burned lower. The snow fell on the cloister garden. In the morning there would be the abbot's formal proceedings, and Aldrich's accounting, and all the ordinary machinery of an institution that has been confronted with itself and must now decide what it is. In the morning there would be things to do, and people to speak with, and the long work of understanding what had happened, and what it meant, and what came next. But the morning was the morning. Bastian sat in the chair beside the infirmary bed, in the winter dark, with the snow at the window and the hand in his hand, and he breathed, and he did not perform anything, and the night held them both. Chapter 16, What Remains? The abbot's proceedings took 3 hours. Emrys knew this because he counted the bells, terse, and then the long silence of the working hours, and then Sext arriving while he was still sitting in the same chair in the anteroom outside the chapter room, where Seraphine had told him and Tav to wait. The anteroom was small and cold, and had a single bench and a crucifix on the wall and nothing else, which was the kind of room that had been designed for exactly this purpose, holding people who were required to remain available without being participants. Tav sat beside him. They did not speak much. Tav's silences were the companionable kind, the silences of a man who understood that some situations had no useful commentary, and that offering commentary anyway was a form of aggression dressed as care. Bastian was not present. The abbot had been explicit about this. Brother Bastian would remain in the infirmary with Brother Finn, who had been told to keep him occupied, which Emrys suspected meant that Finn was discussing the properties of various tinctures at length, which would at least give Bastian something warm to respond to. He could not be a witness to these proceedings. His relationship to the central facts was too close, the grief too recent and too large and too newly understood in its actual dimensions, and placing him in a room with Aldrich to hear Aldrich confirm what the letter said would be a cruelty with no corresponding necessity. Bastian had not argued with this when Emrys told him. He had looked at Emrys with the directness that was his real mode and said, simply, "Tell me everything afterward." "Yes," Emrys had said. "Everything," Bastian had said. "Yes." Inside the chapter room, Aldrich confessed. Emrys did not hear it directly. He heard it in the way of things that happened behind a closed door. The low murmur of Seraphine's voice, measured and syntactically complete even in muffled form. A longer silence. Then Aldrich's voice, which was controlled even now. Even here, the control the last thing a man like Aldrich would surrender. The control was not empty, Emrys thought. It was not the control of a man performing innocence. It was the control of a man who had been carrying something for 12 years and had reached the point where the carrying was done, and the putting down was its own kind of relief, however wretched the form it took. What Aldrich confessed, as Emrys was told afterward by Tav, who was told by the prior who had been present as required witness, that he had intercepted Bastian's correspondence to Cian for the latter 8 months of Cian's residency, replacing letters with silence, leaving a shape of abandonment in the space where contact had been. That when Cian had gone to the previous abbot had made a decision that Aldrich had not directed, but had also not prevented, which was not the same as innocence, and both of them knew it. That Cian had been transferred to a small house in the north that had since been dissolved in a reform of the order, and what had happened to Cian after the transfer was a matter Aldrich had not inquired into, had perhaps deliberately not inquired into, which was its own answer. That he had not known, with certainty, that Cian was dead. That not knowing had been its own choice. The prior had asked, at some point, whether Aldrich had intended harm. The prior was a practical man who believed in the direct question. Aldrich had been quiet for a long time, and then he had said, with the precision of a man giving a true answer that was not the answer he would have chosen. He had intended that Bastian would not be here. He had intended that the thing between Cian and Bastian would end. He had not intended beyond that, or had declined to intend beyond that, which was a distinction that mattered morally and not practically. Emrys, in the anteroom, absorbed this when it was relayed to him. He sat with it. He thought, a man who loved someone and had no language for it except possession and removal. A man who could render tenderness in a private manuscript and could not express it in the world. A man who was the dark mirror of everything Emrys had almost become, if the contraction of his wound had gone differently, had gone inward rather than outward, had become something that could not be recognized as itself. He thought, I almost did this. Not the harm. He did not believe he would have been capable of the harm. But the loving in secret, the believing that love in secret was the only kind available, the making of a life inside that belief until the belief was the life. He thought, there but for Bastian, there but for a man who made himself impossible to ignore. He thought, there but for Tav, who had been saying the plain, true thing for 7 years and had finally been heard. The abbot came out of the chapter room at Sext and spoke briefly with Emrys and Tav. His face had the quality it had had when he received the letter. Something older than neutrality, the face of a man who has been present for the worst version of the thing his institution was capable of and is deciding, in real time, what that means for the institution. He told them what had been decided. Aldrich would remain in his cell under a condition of house confinement, while the order's authorities were notified and the question of his formal status was referred to those with the standing to adjudicate it. The matter of Cian's fate would be investigated, as much as it could be, through what records existed of the dissolved Northern House. The prior would manage the correspondence functions until other arrangements could be made. He told them that he intended to address the Brotherhood at the evening chapter, in terms that were accurate without being specific about the details he was not yet required to share. He looked at Emrys for a moment. The Psalter, he said. I will put in the archive, Emrys said, where it will be preserved. Seraphim nodded. The letter also, yes. He moved to go back to his study, and then he paused with the quality of a man who has remembered something he had decided to say and is now deciding whether to say it. You moved quickly, he said to Emrys. Not praise, not criticism, the assessment of a man who is accurate about most things. Not quickly enough, Emrys said. No, Seraphim said, but quickly. He paused. Thank you. He went back to his study. Emrys went to the infirmary. Bastian was sitting on the edge of the infirmary bed that was not Emrys's, the one at the far end, which was empty. He was holding a cup of something that Finn had clearly pressed upon him, and which appeared to have been accepted with the warmth that was Bastian's default response to being offered anything, but which was not being drunk. His hands were around the cup, and his eyes were at the window, and the quality of him was the quality Emrys had first seen in his cell on the morning of Cian's telling. The warmth internal, not performing, just present. He looked up when Emrys came in. Emrys sat on the bed beside him. He told him everything. He had promised everything, and he delivered it, clearly and in order, the way he delivered all things that mattered. Precisely, without approximation, without the softening that was also a form of not telling. He told them what Aldrich had confessed. He told them what was known about the Northern House, and what was not yet known. He told him the distinction Aldrich had drawn, intended that Bastian would not be here, had not intended beyond that. And he did not soften that distinction or make it easier, because it was not easy and Bastian deserved the truth of its difficulty. Bastian listened. His face was very still. When Emrys finished, Bastian was quiet for a long time. The cup of whatever Finn had made sat in his hands, untouched, still. He didn't know. Bastian said finally, whether Cian was dead. That is what he said. And you believe him? Emrys thought about this with the honesty it required. I believe he chose not to know, he said, which is not the same as not knowing, and he is aware of that. Bastian nodded. The house was dissolved, Bastian said. In the reform. Yes. So there may be no way to find out what happened. There may not be a complete account, Emrys said. The abbot will try. There are records in some cases, even from dissolved houses. But yes, there may be things that cannot be recovered. Bastian looked at his hands around the cup. He looked at them for a long time. He wrote that he thought of me, Bastian said, at the end, and that it helped. Yes, Emrys said. I need to sit with that for a while. Yes, Emrys said. He sat with him. He did not try to fill the silence, or move it toward resolution, or make the grief more bearable than it was. He sat beside Bastian in the infirmary, with his bandaged arm and the afternoon light coming through the narrow window, and the first snow still faint and tentative in the gray sky, and he was simply present, which was a thing he had not known how to do 7 years ago, and had learned, in these past months, by being with someone who required it. After a while, Bastian said, "I'm going to go to the choir loft tonight." Emrys looked at him. "Not to. I don't want to play anything. I just want to be there." He paused. "There's a music stand in it. It was Kian's, and then it was mine, and I have been using it every day and not looking at it directly. And I think I need to go and look at it directly." "All right," Emrys said. "I need to do that alone," Bastian said. "Is that?" "Yes," Emrys said. Bastian looked at him. The gratitude in it was not performed. It was the specific gratitude of someone who has been given permission for a necessary thing and knows how much the permission cost. They went to the evening chapter. The abbot addressed the brothers with the measured quality that was his particular gift. Truthful without being excessive, specific where specificity was required, and general where it was not. He said that Brother Aldrich had been placed under house confinement for reasons that would be communicated in due course through the proper authorities of the order. He said that the nature of the circumstances required the Brotherhood's patience and its prayers, and that these were not requests he made lightly. He said that the community had been kept and would continue to be kept by the things it had always been kept by: the hours, the work, the quality of attention they brought to both. Brother Pell, across the chapter room, was very white. Emrys watched him. Pell's face was doing the thing it did when it was being surveilled from the inside. The pressure of something wanting to come through the surface being managed by a vigilance that was visibly effortful. He did not know what Pell knew or had guessed. He thought, "That is not my work tonight. Bastian will handle Pell in time, with the patience that Bastian brought to everything that had his specific shape of difficulty." After chapter, before Vespers, Emrys went to the scriptorium. He uncovered the Book of Hours. It was in its final section, the Compline Hours, 3 pages remaining. He sat at the work table, and he looked at the work he had made in the months of Bastian's being here, and what he saw was the record of a man who had been, page by page, coming out of a margin. He picked up his quill. He worked for an hour. The new illumination was not the Compline Hours. It was a separate page, not commissioned, no patron's requirements, and no house style to inhabit. A full page in the center of a new piece of vellum, rendered with every... I'm going to want to go back to the margin every time something is difficult, and the wanting will be very strong, and I'm not going to do it. He thought, this is not a resolution. This is a practice. Every day, the practice. He thought, I could do a practice. After Compline, he went back to the scriptorium. Bastian was there. He was standing at the work table with the new illumination in his hands, and his face was doing the thing it did when something had arrived that was genuine enough to stop the movement of his hands, which were not moving, which were holding the vellum with the care of a man who understands what he is holding. He looked up when Emrys came through the door. Emrys stopped. He had made Bastian. Full page, no margin, no deflection. Bastian as Emrys saw him, with the precision of someone who had been paying the right quality of attention for months, rendered with everything he knew about the rendering of light through shadow and the specific information contained in the way a person's eyes communicated what they were actually doing. He had not put a wolf anywhere in it. "This is me," Bastian said. "Yes," Emrys said. Bastian looked at it for another moment. Then he looked at Emrys with the directness that still, even now, had the quality of an ambush. "You left it out," Bastian said. "In the open." "Yes." "Where anyone could see it." "Yes." Bastian was quiet. His hands were still around the vellum. His eyes were doing the thing they did when he was genuinely moved, which was that they went very clear, the warmth in them not performed, but primary, the thing under everything. "Emrys," he said. "I know." Emrys said. "I don't think you do," Bastian said. "I think you understand it technically, but I want to say it plainly because I find I want to say things plainly tonight." He looked down at the portrait and then back up. "This is the most generous thing anyone has ever done for me. Not the making of it, the leaving it out." Emrys said nothing. He thought about what it had cost to leave it out, the specific quality of the 10 seconds standing at the work table, deciding to leave it face up rather than covered. And then he thought, yes, that is the right accounting of it. That is what it was. "I went to the choir loft," Bastian said. "I know. I sat at the music stand for a long time." "Yes. It was his and it's mine," Bastian said. "Both of those things are true. I think I've been treating them as contradictory, and they're not." He paused. He wanted me to be here, in this place. He wanted me to find somewhere to put what I have. I've been thinking about this for 3 hours in the choir loft. I think that he knew, even then, that the monastery was not going to be the place. I think his last letter was a goodbye dressed as a worry. I think he was a man who loved me very much and knew what kind of love it was and what it wasn't. And what it wasn't was permanent. He stopped. I'm not saying it doesn't hurt, he said. I'm saying it's a different shape of hurt than the one I've been carrying. Emrys crossed the scriptorium and stood beside him and looked at the portrait in Bastian's hands, which looked back at both of them with the full-page openness of a thing that had been made without hiding. What do you need? Emrys said. Bastian looked at him. A long moment. To stay here, he said, in this monastery, with the things in it, in these walls where something terrible happened and where I am, despite that, not willing to leave. He paused. And to sing tomorrow. At Vespers. Another pause, and something moved in his face that was almost the public warmth and was better than it. The warmth without the performance, real all the way through. And for you to sing with me. Emrys looked at him. I don't, Emrys said. You do, Bastian said. I know you do. Emrys said nothing. He thought about Compline tonight, the prior conducting, the antiphons not quite right without their proper shape. He thought about the wolf, not in the margin. He thought about being a practice and not a resolution. All right, he said. Bastian put the portrait down on the work table, carefully, face up. He put his arms around Emrys, which was a thing he did with the easy rightness of a man for whom contact was a language. And Emrys stood in it, which was a thing he was still learning to do without auditing it. And the scriptorium was dark around them except for the candles, and outside the cloister garden the snow was falling more seriously now, the tentative beginning having committed to itself, covering the flagstones and the bare beds and the fountain and the place where the lantern had burned, covering everything with the specific patient indifference of something that did not know the difference between what needed to be covered and what did not, and covered it all. Emrys put his arms around Bastian. His bandaged forearm registered the pressure and did not register anything except, here. He thought, this is what remains. He thought, this is enough. Chapter 17, The Manuscript of Unspoken Things. 3 weeks later, the monastery was not what it had been, and was also, in most of the ways that mattered, entirely itself. The hours continued. Lauds arrived in the dark, and the brothers arrived with it, their voices finding the chapel's particular resonance with the practiced ease of men for whom this was not effort but condition, the way breathing was condition, the way the cold of the stone underfoot was condition. Prime, terse the working hours. Sext, the bells marking the structure of a day that had been marked this way for longer than anyone currently alive had been drawing breath. The absence of Brother Aldrich had settled into the rhythm with the particular quality of absences that are expected but still strange. A gap in the choir that the brothers arranged themselves around without explicit acknowledgement. The correspondence functions managed by 2 of the younger brothers under the prior supervision. The particular controlled quality of Aldrich's presence in a room replaced by the room simply going about its business without that quality in it, which was different and was going to keep being different for some time. Brother Pell had come to Bastian. This had happened on the 4th day after the confrontation, in a mid-morning hour when the choir was between rehearsals and the corridor outside the loft was empty, and it had not been dramatic. Pell did not do dramatic. What he did was stilted, formal, tightly managed, the register of a young man who had decided that feeling things at the surface was a form of vulnerability he could not afford and who had come, despite this decision, to say something that required the surface. He had said, I want to apologize for how I have behaved since your arrival. Bastian had looked at him with the warmth he kept reserved for Pell. Not the full warmth, which would have been overwhelming and would have been read as condescension, but the smaller version, the warmth that left room. You don't have to, Bastian had said. I know, Pell said, with a rigidity that suggested the knowing was recent and had cost him. I want to. What followed was not a resolution. It was not the beginning of a friendship. It was a conversation that lasted approximately 10 minutes, in which Pell said several things that were true and effortful, and in which Bastian listened and said several things in return that were true and careful. And at the end of it, Pell had gone back to his duties and Bastian had gone back to his, and the corridor between them had the quality of a thing that had been, if not changed, then shifted, not fixed, but begun. Bastian had told Emrys about it that evening. Emrys had listened with the quality of his listening, and then said, after the appropriate pause, "He's frightened." "Yes," Bastian said. "Not of you." "I know," Bastian said. "I know what he's frightened of." Emrys had said nothing further. He had looked at his hands, and then at Bastian, with the expression he wore when he had an opinion that he was deciding whether the moment required. And then he had said, "You handled it well." Bastian had looked at him. Emrys offering this kind of direct observation was still, even now, a thing that had the quality of a surprise. "I handled it the way I know how," Bastian said. "Yes," Emrys said, "which is well." This was the grammar of them now, which Bastian was still learning, and which was, in its small daily accumulations, the thing he had told Emrys he needed, to stay here, to be in this place, with its history and its difficulty and its specific ordinary daily beauty, and to find that the staying was possible because the staying was not done alone. Abbot Seraphim had made his choices. He made them with a measured quality that characterized all of his making. Not quickly, not with drama, and with the specific institutional patience of a man who understood that the choices he made now would outlast the immediate circumstances that had required them. He had commissioned a careful accounting of the dissolved Northern House, working through the order's archives to find what records existed of its final residents. He had written to the order's authorities about Aldrich. He had authorized the opening of the correspondence archive, which contained not only the 14 intercepted letters, but a number of other administrative documents that cast a different light on certain decisions of the previous decade. He had, in the third week, called Emrys to his study. He had shown him the relevant document from the Northern Archive, a record of death from a year following Cian's transfer, listed in the plain accounting style of institutional records, 3 names, of which one was Father Cian Moore of County Meath. Cause of death: fever. Season: winter. Emrys had looked at the document for a long time. He had thought, so now we know. He had thought, fever. Cold, a small house. A man who had been removed from everything he knew and given no correspondence and no way out. And the winter of fever came, and there was no record of who attended him or whether there had been anyone, and the record that remained was this: a name and a column, the flat institutional grammar of a life ended and noted. He had thought he deserved better than a column. He had told Bastian that evening, in the choir loft, in the late hour that was theirs. He had told him clearly and without softening, because Bastian had asked for the everything, and the everything included this. Bastian had been quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Fever. Yes. In the winter. Yes." Another long silence. Outside the choir loft windows the night was doing its work. The monastery settled into its deep quiet. He would have hated it, Bastian said. Not with bitterness. With a quality of knowing, the specific knowledge of a person who knew how someone would have been in a thing. Being in a strange place, sick, not allowed to write. He was not a man who did well without connection. He was quiet, but he needed to know someone was there. "Yes," Emrys said. "Was anyone there?" Emrys thought about the record. 3 names in a list. No additional notation. "I don't know," he said. Bastian nodded. He turned to the window. After a while he said, very quietly, not quite to Emrys, "I hope someone was there." Emrys had put his hand over Bastian's and held it. There was nothing useful to say, and he had the specific wisdom to not attempt the useful thing in the presence of the impossible thing, which was this: a man learning the precise dimensions of a grief he had been carrying at the wrong size for 5 years. That had been 8 days ago. Now Bastian stood in the scriptorium doorway. He had come, as he came several times a week, at the not-quite invitation hour that was simply the hour they shared the room. He had come with his notation satchel, which contained a problem about voicing in the new seasonal setting he had been working on, and he had knocked, which he still did, the knock that was courtesy rather than request, and Emrys had looked up, and Bastian had come in. He had stopped. On the scriptorium work table, in the place where the work in progress always lived, was a piece of vellum. Not the Book of Hours, which was finished its final compliment page completed 3 days ago and delivered to the abbot with the particular mixed feeling Emrys always had at completion. The pride that was not quite pride, the relief that was not quite relief, the specific sense of a thing put down that was too large to be only one of those feelings. Not the Book of Hours. A portrait. He had seen it before. The face in it was his own. He had held it in his hands on the night of the confession and the snow, and he had carried it in his mind ever since with the quality of the thing that he had not been able to look at directly, because looking directly had not been available to him. He had needed some distance first. He had the distance now. He crossed the scriptorium and stood at the work table and looked at it. Emrys at the secondary work table did not look up, which was a form of permission. Here, take the time you need. I am not watching. Bastian looked at the portrait. It was himself. It was unmistakably himself, rendered with the precision of someone who had spent months paying the right quality of attention. And what the precision had caught was not the public version, not the warmth for rooms Bastian who filled corridors and made brothers drop things on his first day and learned everyone's name within a week. It was the other one, the one underneath, the one that Emrys had been learning like music, slowly, by attending to where the silences fell, until the silences were as legible as the sound. The face in the portrait was warm, because the warmth was real, but it was warm in a specific way, the warmth that was not performance, but primary, and the eyes were doing what his eyes did when something genuine had arrived that was sufficient to stop the movement of his hands, which in the portrait were still, held at the margins of the composition with a quality of readiness that was the readiness of a person about to receive something rather than to give it. He was being, in this portrait, loved. Not looked at, loved. The distinction was the medium itself, the choice of subject, the quality of attention encoded in every line, and Bastian understood this the way he understood music when it was doing what it was supposed to do, not intellectually, but in the body, in the place where real things landed. He stood for a long time. Emrys, at the secondary work table, continued with his work, which was the preliminary sketches for a new commission, a breviary for the same house that had sent the restoration work. His hands moved with their usual precise economy, checking and revising the quality of attention that was total even when its object appeared small. "You made it better," Bastian said. Emrys looked up. "Than the night of the snow. You've worked on it since." Bastian gestured at the portrait with the contained motion of a man who is being careful with his hands because the alternative is conducting, which would be too much for this moment. "There's more in it now. I've had more time with it," Emrys said. "Time with what?" "With seeing you," Emrys said. Bastian looked at him. "I have been working on it since the beginning," Emrys said. He said it without particular weight, which was its own weight. "Not always in this form. In the Book of Hours. In the margins, I was not hiding it anymore. I have been. The practice of looking at you clearly has been going on longer than this page has existed." Bastian was quiet. "May I keep it?" he said. Emrys looked at him. Something moved in his face that was not surprise, and was not quite pleasure, and was probably both. "It's yours," he said. "You made it." "I made it of you," Emrys said. "Which means it belongs to you. That's how portraiture works." Bastian looked at the portrait. He thought about Aldrich's hidden manuscript of Cian, which Emrys had told him about in the days after the confession. The portrait series in Aldrich's cell, the obsessive tenderness and its wrongness, the unfinished last page. He thought about the difference between a thing made in secret that the subject never saw, that was held against the subject like a debt, and this, a thing placed openly on a work table at the not-quite invitation hour, available to be seen, offered rather than held. He thought, the difference is everything. He thought, the difference is the whole of it. He picked up the portrait with both hands, carefully, with the care due to something that had been made with full presence and full offering, and he held it. Tav appeared in the doorway. He looked at them both with the quality of his looking, which was accurate and thorough, and took in the scriptorium and its current contents in approximately 2 seconds. His face did the thing it did when he had found a thing satisfactory. Nothing visible, but a specific quality of nothing that was the absence of his usual mild skepticism about the world's organizational capacity. "The breviary patron has sent a letter," he said, to Emrys. "The abbot has it. I'll go this afternoon." Emrys said. The abbot also wants to speak with you, Tav said to Bastian, about the choir schedule for the Easter season, and whether there is time to introduce the Benedictus setting before then. There's time, Bastian said. Tav looked at them. He looked at the portrait in Bastian's hands. He looked at Emrys. You finished the Book of Hours, he said. 3 days ago. Good. He turned to go, and then he did the thing he occasionally did, which was to stop in the doorway and deliver, without turning around, the devastating plain observation. The two of you have been making the monastery considerably more complicated for the past several months, he said. I want you to know I find it preferable to the alternative. Then he left. Bastian looked at Emrys. Emrys was looking at the doorway where Tav had been with the expression he wore when Tav had said the true thing, and the true thing had arrived in a place he had not expected to find it. Very still, and underneath the stillness, something that was not quite undone, but was neighboring it. He knew, Bastian said. Since the beginning. Yes, Emrys said. He was waiting. Yes, Emrys said. He has been waiting for approximately 7 years. He is very patient. Bastian looked at him. He thought about Brother Tav and his plain-spoken devotion and his short sentences and his 7 years of waiting for the rest of Emrys to come back. He thought about the specific economy of loving someone who was determined to be invisible. You waited, and you said the plain true thing at intervals, and you did not push, and you were there, and eventually something changed. He thought, I want to be someone Emrys stays for, not performs for. Stays. He thought, I think I already am. Come to Vespers tonight, Bastian said. I always go to Vespers, Emrys said. I know, Bastian said. Come to Vespers tonight, differently. Emrys looked at him. Stand in the front, Bastian said. Not at the back by the pillar. In the front, where you can be seen. He said it simply, not as challenge, but as request. One person who understood exactly what he was asking it of one person who understood exactly what was being asked. And when I look at you, don't look away. A long silence. All right, Emrys said. Bastian held the portrait. The scriptorium was warm with candlelight and smelled of linseed oil and beeswax and the particular mineral quality of the pigments, which was Emrys' smell, the smell that had become, over months, the smell of a specific place that was safe. Outside the east windows, the winter afternoon was doing its low horizontal thing with the light, finding the texture of the work tables and the manuscripts in progress and the arranged equipment that was always arranged with that quality of ceremony, and finding also Emrys' hands, which were resting now and which had the blue-black ink stain that never fully went, the mark of a man who worked with pigment and permanence and did not pretend otherwise. Bastian looked at his hands. He thought, those hands made this. He thought, those hands have been making things in full view for months now. The margin gotten wider and wider until it was the page itself and the wolf in the center, visible. He thought, I'm going to love this person for a very long time. He thought, I already have been. He put the portrait in his notation satchel, carefully, between 2 blank sheets so that nothing would press against it. He sat down on the stool. He took out the voicing problem he had been working on. Emrys picked up his quill. They worked in parallel, in the scriptorium that was theirs, until the Vespers bell rang. Chapter 18, Aldrich's Other Manuscript. The abbot called for him on a Tuesday. It was the 4th week after the confrontation, and the monastery had begun to do the thing that monasteries did with difficult events. It did not forget, did not pretend, but it continued because continuation was the point of the structure, the reason the hours existed, the specific value of a life organized around things that outlasted the people who performed them. The antiphons were the same antiphons that had been sung in this chapel for generations, and they were the same after Aldrich's confinement as they had been before it, which was not comfort, but was something. The world still had the shape it was supposed to have. The shape could hold this. Emrys had been thinking about shape. He had been thinking about it while he worked on the preliminary sketches for the breviary, which was a different kind of commission from the Book of Hours, more formal, less personal, the work of making something beautiful for a community rather than the work of making something true for himself. He had approached it differently because of this, not with the same full presence practice he had developed over the past months, but with a careful, deliberate attention to the distinction between craft and revelation, The understanding that not every work required the full self, and that the full self, offered indiscriminately, was not generosity, but expenditure. He had found the line. He knew where it was now. The margin did not need to disappear from every piece of work he made. The margin was a real thing, a considered thing, not a hiding place, but a location for a specific kind of truth that was most itself at smaller scale, in the corner of the page where the eye went eventually. The wolf could live in the margin of the breviary and be entirely honest there. What had changed was not that he had abandoned the margin, but that he had stopped using it as a substitute for occupying the center. The distinction felt important. He turned it over often. Seraphin's study was warmer than most rooms in the monastery. Not by much, but sufficiently to be notable. The small concession of an old man who had made peace with the cold of the stone and the impracticality of heating it everywhere, but had drawn a line at his own workspace. He had a brazier in the corner that he maintained with a practicality that was his own. Small, carefully tended, giving exactly as much heat as it was required to give. Emrys sat across from the abbot's desk. Seraphin placed a small manuscript on the desk, between them, without comment, as though the placing were ordinary, as though what it contained were ordinary. It was bound in plain leather, no stamping on the cover, no title. Small, the size of Psalter. Well made in the functional sense rather than the beautiful sense. The binding was solid, the leather carefully chosen, the stitching even. Emrys looked at it. He did not pick it up immediately. He gave a moment the space it required, which was a few seconds of simply receiving the fact of the thing before engaging with its contents. "I found it in his cell," Seraphin said, "when I conducted the search of his possessions for the order's records. I have read it. I have included a notation of its existence in the formal record." He paused. "But I thought you should see it before it is archived." "Why me?" Emrys said. Seraphin looked at him with the quality of his looking, which was precise and not unkind, and which gave credit to the intelligence of the person being looked at. "Because you understand what it is," he said, "and because you will know what to do with it." Emrys opened the manuscript. Every page was keen. He had known, from Tav's account of the formal proceedings, that the hidden manuscript existed, the portrait series, the obsessive tenderness, the dozens of pages. He had not seen it until now. He had found the individual works in the library, the studies, and the single large portrait, but not this, not the full collection bound together by its maker with the care of a man, compiling something he intended to keep. He turned pages. Cian's hands, rendered in the specific shorthand of someone who had studied a subject long enough to know where the essential lines were, the quick marks that established not the appearance, but the quality. Cian's profile and prayer, caught in the particular attitude of a man who was actually praying rather than performing prayer, the slight downward tilt of the head, the quality of absorption. Cian laughing. Attempted, not quite successful, the artist having gotten the open quality of the expression, but not the specific animation of it. And then, below the failed laugh, a smaller study. Cian asleep, which the artist had been able to render, the ease of a man unconscious of being watched communicated with a precision that the waking portrait had not achieved. Page after page. Emrys turned them slowly. He was not in a hurry. This required the time it required. He thought about what it meant to have made this. 12 years of a man's private life, expressed in a medium he had no formal training in, accumulated in the specific way things accumulated when a person had no other place to put them. Here was Aldrich's truest self, and the truest self was this, a man who could render tenderness on a page and could not render it in the world. A man who understood beauty and possessed it in secret and destroyed the thing he spent 50 pages trying to preserve. He thought, here is what love becomes when it has nowhere to go. He thought about 19. He thought about the specific internal architecture of a person who had decided that the love they were capable of was not a love the world had room for, and had turned that love inward, away from expression, where it had stopped being recognizable as love and had become something else, something with the same origin and a completely different destination. He thought, almost, not this, he did not think he would have been capable of this. But the contracting, the diminishing, the love turned into a kind of negative space, present but undetectable, which was its own form of possession, the possessing of oneself so thoroughly that there was nothing left to give. He had been doing that for 9 years. And then Bastian had arrived, irrepressible and warm and entirely impossible to manage. And the negative space had begun to fill with something that was neither invisible nor inward, which had been the most frightening thing that had happened to Emrys Vael in a very long time, and which had also been, he understood now, with the clarity that came from being on the other side of it, the thing that had saved him. He reached the last page, an unfinished composition, a hand, rendered with the specificity of the whole collection, reaching toward a face that had not been drawn. The composition cut off at the edge of the face's presence. The hand extended, the gesture of reaching, the face implied by the direction of the reach, but not yet there, not begun, the artist having stopped before he arrived at the destination. He sat with it. He thought about what it meant that the last page was unfinished. He thought about the reaching hand and the absent face, and what it communicated about the state of the person who had stopped here. A man reaching for something he had spent 12 years circling and had never arrived at. A man whose portrait collection ended not at a conclusion, but at an interruption. He thought, this is the truest thing about Aldrich, and it is devastating. Here is a man who loved someone and had no language for it except violence and possession, who could make beautiful things and could not express them, who destroyed the very thing he spent 50 pages trying to preserve, and who ended on a hand reaching toward nothing. He thought, this is what happens when there is no one to tell you that the 19-year-old version of you made a mistake. This is what happens when there is no Tav. He thought, I'm not going to show this to Bastian. He held this decision for a moment and examined it from the angles Bastian would examine it from. He thought about what Bastian would want, which was the everything, the complete accounting, the refusal to be managed. He thought about what Bastian needed, which was different. He thought about the specific weight of grief that Bastian was currently carrying and the particular quality of what this manuscript would add to it. Not information he lacked, not evidence that would change his understanding of what had happened, but the specific intimate detail of a man's obsession rendered in 50 pages, the full private texture of it. He thought, some griefs are not mine to distribute. He thought, this one is not Bastian's to carry. He closed the manuscript. He sat for a moment with it closed in his hands. He thought, but it should be preserved. It is a thing that was made, and it was made by someone who was capable of this, and the capability deserves to be recorded even if the choices made alongside it do not. A man who could make this and chose destruction anyway. Both of those things are real, and both deserve to exist in the record, not as absolution, not as excuse, but as the full accounting of what a person was. He looked up at Seraphim. I'll take it to the archive, he said. There is a section for works of uncertain provenance. I'll prepare a notation of authorship and context for the formal record, so that whoever finds it in 20 years or 200 years knows what they are looking at. Seraphim looked at him. The quality of his looking was the same quality it had had when Emrys told him about the Psalter and the letter. The specific recognition of a man who has made a decision and found it confirmed. Yes, he said. Emrys rose. At the door, he paused, because the door to the abbot's study had become, in his experience, the place where the thing that needed to be said made itself known. He turned. The previous abbot made a choice, he said. Seraphim looked at him. I'm not asking you to account for it, Emrys said. I'm saying it was a choice, made by a specific person in a specific moment, not by the institution itself. The institution is not that choice. Seraphim was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice had the quality of a man choosing his words very carefully, not because he was uncertain of them, but because they required the right container. The institution enabled the choice. I have been thinking about this for 4 weeks, about what I could have seen earlier and attended earlier, about the difference between institutional prudence and institutional cowardice. Yes, Emrys said. I have not fully resolved it, Seraphim said. No, Emrys said. I don't think it resolves. I think it stays open. I think you carry it and you make different choices and it stays open. Seraphim looked at him. Something moved in the abbot's face that was not, for once, the quality of institutional neutrality. It was the face of a man in the specific moment of hearing something true that he did not already know he knew. "Yes," he said, very quietly. "I believe you are right." Emrys went to the scriptorium. He set the manuscript on the work table, and he did not look at it, and he picked up his quill, and he worked on the breviary sketches for 1 hour with the full presence of his attention, which was the practice, which was what he did now. He brought the full presence to bear, and he let it work, and he did not question whether it was permitted. After an hour, he set down the quill. He looked at the manuscript. Then he took it to the archive room, which was cold and organized with the system of the previous abbot, and he found the section for works of uncertain provenance, which was not large but was not empty either, and he placed the manuscript there, between a 13th-century Psalter fragment and a collection of personal correspondence from a long-dead prior. He prepared a notation on a small card. Author, Brother Aldrich Voss, resident 12 years. Subject, Father Cian Moore, former choirmaster. Dates, approximate, spanning residence. Context available in the formal record of proceedings, year of our Lord, and he wrote the year. He slid the card into the front cover. He stood in the archive room for a moment. He thought, here you are. Here is your evidence. Here is the most truthful account of what you were, kept in the place where things that were made are kept, with all the other things that were made, because you were capable of it, and the capability does not disappear when the choice alongside it was wrong. He thought, rest. Whatever that means for something that is only paper and ink. Rest. He went back to the scriptorium. Bastian was there, not yet, but he would be, in the not-quite invitation hour that was simply the hour, and Emrys settled at the work table with the breviary sketches and waited for the hour to arrive, which it did, as it always did, with the quality of something that had learned where it was supposed to be and had been going there. The day was nearly gone, the winter afternoon surrendering its light with the usual reluctance and the usual failure, and the candles took over, and the scriptorium became the room it was at this hour, contained and warm and smelling of the things it smelled of. Emrys worked. He did not think about the archive room. He thought about the breviary and the specific quality of the patron's aesthetic requirements and the question of how much latitude a formal commission allowed for the kind of work he now understood himself to be capable of. He thought, quite a lot, actually. He thought, the patron will be surprised. He thought, let them. He had not noticed, until Bastian had pointed it out, that he had stopped looking over his shoulder. The ghost had not appeared since the garden. The specific quality of presence he had felt in the walls since Bastian's arrival. The urgency, the peripheral wrongness that was not threatening but was insistent, had lifted with the quality of the thing that had been held in place by necessity and had been released when the necessity was met. He thought about Cian's letter and its last line, tell him whatever there is. He thought, I told him. He thought, we found it. You let us and we found it. He thought, I hope it was enough. He thought, in the way he thought about things he could not fully know but wanted to believe. Yes, I think it was enough. He was nearly done with the second sketch when Bastian knocked and then came in before the knock was fully answered, which was his method, which had never changed. He sat on the stool. He had his satchel. He had a notation problem. Emrys could tell from the quality of his frown, which was not the frown of general dissatisfaction, but the frown of a man pursuing something specific through the labyrinth of his own musical instinct. They did not speak for a while. Then Bastian said, without looking up from his notation, Vespers. Yes, Emrys said. You were in the front. Yes, Emrys said. You didn't look away. No, Emrys said. Bastian made a sound that was the private laugh, the low, real one that happened when something was accurate in the wrong place. He did not look up from the notation. I may have lost my place in the Benedictus. I noticed, Emrys said. It recovered. It did, Emrys said. He looked at his sketch. He looked at Bastian. I am told the Easter season requires significant preparation. Significant, Bastian agreed. Will you be ready? I'm always ready, Bastian said, with a warmth that was not performance, the warmth that was simply him all the way through, which was the thing Emrys had learned to look for and had found and intended to keep looking at for as long as it was available to him. He looked. He did not look away. Chapter 19, Vespers. The snow had come properly now. 3 weeks of it, in the way of the first proper winter snow that arrives and does not apologize, settling into the cloister garden and staying, covering the bare beds and the still fountain and the flagstones with the specific democracy of something that had no opinion about what was underneath it. The monastery in snow was a different visual proposition than the monastery in the gray-brown damp of early winter. Snow caught the light differently, the old stone acquiring a quality almost of softness, the harsh angles of the walls softened by accumulation, the courtyard made clean. The brothers tracked it in on their habits, and it melted in the corridors, and the corridors smelled of wet wool and cold stone, and the chapel was colder than usual at morning offices when the night's accumulation had come close to the windows, and all of this was ordinary winter, the winter this building had managed for as long as it had stood, which was considerably longer than anyone currently alive had been keeping track. Emrys had finished the breviary sketches. He had presented them to the abbot for the formal approval process, and the abbot had looked at them with the quality of attention he brought to things he intended to evaluate rather than simply see, and he had said, "The margin work is different from the Book of Hours." "Yes," Emrys said. "Smaller, more contained." "It is a breviary," Emrys said. "The margin belongs to the patron's community, not to me. I have kept what is mine to the scale that is mine here." The abbot had looked at him. "There is something in the capital of the third page," he said, "that is not contained." Emrys said nothing. "It is very good," Seraphim said. "I approve the design. You may proceed." He had proceeded. The work was in its first stages now, the careful laying in of the underdrawing, the preparatory work that was invisible in the finished piece, but that determined the quality of everything above it. He was content with the work in the way he was always content with work in this stage. Not excited, not anxious, simply present to it, which was the condition of all his best making. He had been thinking about Bastian's request. The Vespers request had been delivered 3 weeks ago, in the scriptorium, in the straightforward way Bastian delivered all things that mattered. Not as demand, but as plain statement, "Here's the thing I am asking you," delivered without the performance of it being a small thing or a large thing, simply a thing. "Sing with me." He had said yes. He had not thought carefully about what yes meant, because if he thought carefully about it, the thinking would produce an inventory of reasons why the answer should be differently shaped, more qualified, more hedged, and the inventory would be incorrect. He knew the inventory would be incorrect. He had been managing a very long inventory for 9 years, and he had recently come to understand that the inventory had never been accurate, had always been an accounting made by a man who was valuing the wrong things. So he had said yes, and yes had turned out to mean 3 weeks of occasionally standing near the back of the choir loft in the late afternoon while Bastian worked with the brothers, listening to the Benedictus in its stages of development, from the halting early rehearsals where the complex harmonics had the brothers looking sideways at each other with the mild alarm of men encountering something unfamiliar, through the gradual arriving at the shape of it, the harmonics clicking into their proper relationship, like a lock and its key, until the piece had begun to be itself. He was not singing. He was listening, but he was there, in the loft, not invisible. Today was the last full rehearsal before the Easter season's first full Vespers, which Bastian had scheduled for this evening with the particularity of a man who understood that some things required an occasion that announced itself. The brothers had been working toward it for weeks. The Benedictus was ready. The choir, assembled in the loft in the late afternoon light, had the quality of a group that had worked through something difficult together and had arrived at the other side of it with a specific camaraderie of shared effort. Brother Pell's tenor had improved. This was a fact Emrys had noted without mentioning it, in the way he noted things he found interesting but that were not his to name. The improvement had the quality of something that had been there all along waiting for the right management, which was Bastian's particular gift, identifying what was there and making the conditions for it to be more fully itself. Pell sang now, without the rigid, performed disengagement that had characterized his early weeks in the choir, and what he sang instead was still defended and still precise and still managed. But underneath the management, there was a thing that was almost ease, the sound of voice that had been given, not permission exactly, but a quality of attention that made permission less necessary. Bastian had not commented on this to Emrys. He had not needed to. The final rehearsal ended. The brothers filed out of the loft and down the narrow stair to prepare for the evening office. Bastian remained, making a notation on the final page of the music. Emrys remained at the back of the loft, near the stair, which was where he had established the habit of standing. Bastian looked up. "You've been very quiet back there," he said. "I have been listening," Emrys said. "And the Benedictus is ready," Emrys said. "The middle voices are holding the ark. The tenors are breathing correctly." A pause. "Hell sounds different." Bastian looked at him. "Yes," he said. "You didn't do anything specific." "I did specific things," Bastian said. "Very small ones. Over a long time." Emrys nodded. He thought, "That is how you do things. Not the large gesture, but the accumulation of small, precise ones, delivered with a warmth that does not require the recipient to acknowledge them as gifts while receiving them." He thought, "I'm going to spend a long time watching you do this." "Tonight," Bastian said. "Yes," Emrys said. Bastian looked at him with the directness that was his real mode, the mode that had been the first thing Emrys had registered about him and had never stopped registering, that quality of being looked at, as though the looking had a purpose, and the purpose was simply to see. "You don't have to," Bastian said. "I know," Emrys said. "You said yes weeks ago, and you have had weeks to change your mind." "I know," Emrys said. "I haven't changed my mind." Bastian looked at him for a moment longer. Then he nodded. He gathered his notation. He descended the stair, and Emrys followed, and they went separately to prepare for the evening office, which was what they did, which was the particular grammar of their visible life in the monastery. Not hidden, not announced, simply present in the way two people were present who had found the specific arrangement of the world around them that made the world, on balance, more livable than the arrangement that had preceded it. The chapel filled. It filled the way it always filled at Vespers, the brothers arriving from the east wing and the west wing and through the south door from the cloister walk, finding their habitual places with the automatic precision of men who had been doing this long enough that the body knew the route without the mind's involvement. The candles were already lit, the specific warm multiplicity of candlelight that the chapel held better than any other room in the monastery, the stone absorbing and returning it in a way that made the light seem to come from the walls themselves rather than from any particular source. Emrys stood in the front. He stood in the third pew from the left, near the center of the nave, which was approximately the spatial opposite of his habitual position against the back wall in the shadow of the rearmost pillar. He stood there with the quality of stillness that was his natural mode, which was not absence but presence, not hiding but simply being, and the brothers who filed past him and into their pews registered his presence the way they registered most things in the chapel, as a given, as a condition of the space, as something that had the right to be there. Nobody looked at him oddly. Nobody commented. He thought, of course not. He thought, I have been afraid of this for 9 years, and the actual thing is simply standing in a different pew. He thought, yes and no. He thought, it is simply standing in a different pew, and it is also not simply that, and both are true, and I can hold both. Bastian took the choirmaster's position. He moved through the chapel with the ease of man or room he has made his own, which was what Bastian did everywhere. The making of rooms his own not by force, but by warmth, by the accumulation of small attending until the room associated his presence with being attended to. The choir loft above was occupied, the brothers settling into their positions, and below in the nave the community was assembled in its evening shape. Bastian looked at the choir. He looked at the nave. He looked at Emrys. Emrys looked back. He did not look away. Something moved in Bastian's face, briefly, the kind of movement that was not for public consumption and which Emrys had learned to read. Not the public warmth, but the private one. Not the warmth for rooms, but the warmth that was specifically, precisely for him. A thing communicated in the half-second of sustained contact before Bastian returned his gaze to the music stand and the assembled choir. The Vespers began. The antiphons moved through their sequence with the quality they had been building toward for weeks. Not perfection, which was the wrong aspiration for human choir in an old stone chapel on a winter evening, but something better than perfection, which was accuracy of intention, the music doing what it was supposed to do, because the people making it understood from the inside what it was for. The Benedictus arrived in the sequence, Bastian's hands conducting with the contained purposefulness that was his working mode, the choir finding the harmonics they had spent 3 weeks discovering and now simply knew, the middle voices holding the ark with the ease of something that had become familiar. Emrys stood in the third pew and listened. He thought about illumination. He thought about the relationship between the thing made and the thing it was trying to say, the way the finest work achieved, not representation but communication, the mark on the page saying something that the mark could not literally contain, but which arrived in the looking, in the specific trained attention of a maker who understood that the medium was always insufficient and made something true anyway. He thought, this is what Bastian does. Every time, the medium is always insufficient. The voices, the stone, the limits of what a choir of 40 brothers can achieve in an old monastery chapel on a Tuesday evening in the dead of winter. And he makes something true anyway. He thought, this is what I'm trying to do. The Benedictus resolved. The antiphons continued. Then Bastian looked at him again from across the chapel and said, quietly enough that only Emrys could hear it, beneath the sustaining note of the final antiphon, sing with me. Emrys Vael. He was terrible. He understood this in real time, with the precise self-knowledge of a man who had not used his voice for this purpose in 9 years and whose voice, such as it was, had not improved in the interim and had probably not been good to begin with. He was off-key in the first phrase. He found the pitch in the second, and then lost it in the third, where the antiphon ascended to a note that was technically within his range, and practically not. He stumbled on the cadence of the fourth phrase, having miscounted the syllables of the Latin in a way that required a small but audible recovery. Bastian did not look at him. Bastian kept his eyes forward, conducting the choir through the final antiphons with the precision and warmth of a man who was doing 2 things at once. The conducting, which was his work and which he was doing well, and the quality of holding a space that had room in it for a terrible voice from the third pew, which was also his work and which he was doing, if anything, better. His shoulders were shaking slightly, very slightly. Emrys noticed. He sang. The candlelight moved through the chapel in the way it always moved, which was with the particular quality of something that did not know it was beautiful, that was simply burning with the attention it had for the task of burning, and which, in doing that task in this specific space with these specific dimensions and this specific stone, produced something that deserved looking at. Outside the chapel windows the snow was falling. The same snow that had been falling all week, patient and indifferent and covering everything equally, and through the thick glass the falling snow was visible as a quality of the air rather than a particular thing, a softening of what was behind the windows that suggested winter was doing what winter did without requiring acknowledgement of the fact. Emrys Vael. He was in the chapel. He was present in the chapel, in the third pew, not invisible, not in the margin, standing in the specific location of a man who has decided to occupy a pew that is not the one he had been occupying for 7 years, which was also the specific location of a man who has decided to be somewhere other than the edge. He thought about the wolf. He thought about the wolf in the margin of the patron's psalter, which was finished and delivered and in its patron's hands now, which meant the wolf was also in the patron's hands, which meant the wolf was somewhere other than this scriptorium, which meant the wolf was out in the world, which was a thing Emrys had not previously allowed the wolf to be. He thought, good. He thought, I made that. That is mine, and it is out in the world, and I cannot take it back, and I do not want to. He thought, this is also mine. The singing, terrible and off-key, and stumbling at the cadences. The third pew. The candles and the snow outside, and the stone that had held this sound for longer than any of them had been alive and would hold it after they were gone. Bastian at the music stand, conducting with the specific quality of a man who is doing what he was made for in the specific place he has decided to stay in, and the shoulders that were shaking faintly, and the fact of being seen from across the chapel and not looking away. All of it. His. Here. He sang. He did not disappear. The final antiphon resolved. The candles burned on. Brother Finn, at the end of the row, appeared to be very interested in the floor. Brother Pell, in the choir loft above, was holding a quality of stillness that Emrys recognized from the inside. Tav, in his habitual position near the east pillar, had his eyes forward and was not smiling and was very clearly not smiling on purpose, which was Tav's particular eloquence, the meaning communicated by the precision of the nothing visible on his face. Bastian turned from the music stand. He looked at Emrys across the chapel with the directness that was always his, that had always been his, and what was in his face was not the public warmth and not the private warmth, but something that was neither of those and contained both, the expression of a man who is looking at something he values with the full and uncurated quality of valuing it. Emrys looked back. He did not look away. The chapel held them both. The stone was sufficient for this. It had been sufficient for a great deal, over the years, over the centuries, over the iterations of human things that had occurred within it, and which it had simply continued to hold, not caring, not judging, simply the condition of holding. It held them now in its cold, patient company, and the candles burned on their vigil, and outside the snow fell on the cloister garden, and the bare beds, and the fountain that would run again in spring, and the Vespers was done. Emrys stood in the third pew. He stood there after the brothers had filed out, until the chapel was mostly empty and the candles were burning down to their penultimate hour, and the quality of the space had shifted from the Vespers quality to the after-Vespers quality, which was the silence that follows a making, warm and used and complete. Bastian came down from the music stand. He crossed the nave. He stood in the pew beside Emrys, not close but proximate, the distance they maintained in the chapel, which communicated everything without stating it. They stood in the emptying chapel and looked at the candles. "You were terrible," Bastian said. "I know," Emrys said. "You were entirely, specifically terrible." "Yes," Emrys said. A pause. "It was the most beautiful thing I've heard in this chapel," Bastian said. He said it in the tone that was not the public warmth, was not performing anything, was the plain truth delivered in the plain voice of a man who had decided that plain truth was the only thing worth delivering. Emrys looked at him. He thought about what to say, and then he thought about the 9 years of thinking about what to say and the weight of all that thinking, and he thought, "No, not tonight. Tonight the answer is simpler than anything I could construct." He turned to Bastian. He put his hand against Bastian's face, briefly, the gesture he had learned from Bastian and had made his own, the touch that asked nothing except to be received. Bastian went still. "Thank you," Emrys said, "for not letting me stay in the margin." Bastian put his hand over Emrys' hand. He held it against his face for a moment, warm and steady. "Thank you," he said, "for coming out of it." Outside the chapel windows, the snow continued its patient work on the cloister garden, covering and covering, indifferent and sufficient, as it had been and would be. The candles burned on their appointed hours. The stone held what it held. Emrys and Bastian stood in the chapel in the quality of the after, which was not the end of anything, but the beginning of the next thing, which was staying. The radical ordinary act of staying in the place that had hurt them, and finding that the staying was possible and was chosen and was, on balance, the thing they were going to keep doing. Not because the walls were innocent, not because the difficulty was resolved, because the staying was theirs, because some things deserved to be stayed for, because they had found, in these walls and in each other, enough reason not to leave, and enough reason was enough. The Vespers candles burned lower. The snow fell in the garden. They stayed. Chapter 20. The ghost has the last word. Here, the narration shifts. It has never done this before. It will not do it again. My name was Kian. I want you to know that first, before anything else, that I had a name, and I used it, and people called it out across courtyards and down corridors and sometimes whispered it in the dark. I was a person. I want you to remember that. I was born in County Meath, on a morning my mother said was so cold the water in the well had a skin of ice on it, which was her way of marking time by the quality of the morning a thing happened. I loved music before I loved anything else I could name. I learned to read before I was supposed to. I had a laugh that my father said could be heard from 3 fields over, which he said with the exasperation of a man who was proud of it. I was ordained at 26. I went to the cathedral in the West at 27, where I met Bastian, and what happened there I will not detail, because you already know it, and because it was mine and I am not required to explain it. I will tell you this. He was the warmest thing I had ever been near, and I was not a man who warmed easily. I liked cool rooms and quiet mornings and music that made its argument without announcement, and Bastian was none of those things, and I loved him in a way that surprised me constantly, the love that keeps arriving from angles you didn't know it had access to. He loved me in return. This is also something I want you to know. Not as consolation. I don't need you consoled on my behalf, but as fact. He chose me in the dark as well as the light, which had not happened to me before and which I did not know I needed until it had happened, and then could not imagine going without. I am telling you this so you understand what I mean when I say, I wanted him to have it again. I have been here since before the beginning. Since before Bastian arrived with his trunk and his voice and his enormous catastrophic heart, and I thought, from wherever I was, oh, good. He found somewhere. I had worried about him. I kept worrying, the way you do about someone whose primary survival strategy is to make everyone around him comfortable, because the world is not always interested in being comfortable, and Bastian is not always interested in protecting himself. He found Emrys, and I breathe out, or whatever the equivalent is for something like me. I watched Emrys go still every time Bastian walked into a room. Not startled still, aware still, the stillness of a man who is trying very hard not to want something and failing with a thoroughness that was, from where I was watching, almost funny. Almost. I cannot quite laugh about it. It was too close to something I recognized. I watched Bastian pretend not to notice, and then stop pretending, and then do the thing he does, which is to simply decide a thing is true and act accordingly. And the world mostly rearranges itself around his certainty, because he is so warm about it that refusing him feels like refusing sunlight. I watched him learn Emrys the way I had learned him, slowly, by paying attention to where the silences fell, because you cannot know Emrys through his speech, you can only know him through what his speech surrounds. I watched them find each other. I was not jealous. I want to be honest about that. I thought I would be, and then I wasn't, and the not being jealous felt like something loosening, like a knot I had been holding without knowing I was holding it. I thought, good. This is the thing I wanted for him. Not the grief, not the years of careful loneliness, not the brightness turned up too high over an empty place. This, I cannot warn them directly. I could only be present and be felt and hope that Emrys' instinct for what I thought they were, which was that they were very good. He is a man who listens to rooms. He was the right person in this building at this time to be listening. I try to show him things, not always clearly. The medium was imprecise. I was not an expert at this. I had no training in it. I was doing what I could with what I had, which was presence and attention, and the hope that a man who made beautiful things by paying precise attention would understand what I was trying to say. He understood. It took time, but he understood. And then he moved. I was afraid at the end. I watched Emrys cross the cloister, and I thought, please be fast enough. He has a long stride and very good instincts, and he had already figured out most of the important things, but the gap between most and all of them was where the knife was going to be. He was fast enough. He was fast enough, and I felt something release in me that had been held since the winter when I was moved to the north and could not write to Bastian, and understood, gradually and then completely, what the understanding was. A holding that had been there for a long time. Not grief exactly, or not only grief, something more like an obligation, a task left undone, the specific quality of being somewhere because you need to be there and not yet able to go. After the knife, after Aldrich, after the infirmary and the abbot and the long quiet work of the aftermath, I found that I could go. Not that I had to, that I could, which is a different thing. I had been waiting here the way water waits in a low place, not meaning to, but having no hill to run toward. And then the hill was there. I waited one more moment. I wanted to see the infirmary. I watched Bastian hold Emrys' hand. Not the performed warmth, not the brightness for rooms, the warmth that was simply him, all the way through, the warmth I had known in the West, in the evenings when it was only us and the performance was not required. That warmth, he was giving it without requiring anything in return, and Emrys was receiving it, which was something Emrys had apparently not done in a very long time, and the receiving was visible in his face, the quality of a man who has been given something he did not believe he was allowed to have. Emrys closed his eyes. I thought, this is what I wanted for him. Not the grief, not the years of careful loneliness. This, someone who will hold his stained hands and not ask him to be smaller. I thought, he is going to be all right. I thought they both are. The snow was beginning outside the infirmary window. I had always loved the first snow, the way it fell in the cloister garden, the way it changed the quality of the stone, made it look almost gentle, the hard angles of the walls softened by something that did not know it was kind, and was kind anyway. Bastian would see it through the window. He would say something about it, probably something warm and slightly unnecessary in the way of his warmest observations, which were always the ones that didn't need to be said, and were said anyway, because he was constitutionally incapable of leaving a beautiful thing unacknowledged. And Emrys would pretend to find it excessive, and then he would look at the snow with the expression I now knew he wore for things he was trying not to want, which was a very still expression, which meant he wanted it very much. I did not need to see it. I had seen enough. There are things I know now that I did not know when I was alive, not because being dead confers wisdom. It doesn't particularly, but because watching from this position gives you a different angle on the things you already knew. I know that what Aldrich felt was real. I do not forgive it, but I understand that the capacity for love and the capacity for destruction are not as separate as we would like them to be, and that what separates them is not the feeling, but what a person does with it. And what they do with it depends on what they have been given to do, the language, the space, the permission to be what they are in some context that is not only secret. I had that. I had Bastian, who gave it to me without knowing he was giving it, simply by being a person who looked at me and found what he saw sufficient. I think Emrys will have it now. I think Bastian will have someone who looks at the world honestly and tells him what he actually sees, which is what he has always needed and has never had enough of, someone whose honesty is not armor, is simply honesty delivered without apology, because that is the kind of person Emrys is. I think they will be difficult for each other and for no one else. I think that is exactly right. My name was Kian, and I loved someone, and I was loved, and that love outlasted everything. The loss of me, the grief of it, the ugly violence of what came after. It planted itself in the man I loved and grew sideways, the way vines do on old stone walls, until it became something neither of us intended and both of us would have wanted. It became them. I think that is enough. I think that is more than enough. I go now, in the direction of the snow.